Oh no! I looked over, I was like, wait a second, something's not right. The stream fully just died. The stream fully just died. I was like, something's not right. No, the stream fully just died on me. I looked over, I tabbed back into OBS and it was just gone. And it was just like, bro. Just like, bro. Bro. Oh, sorry about that. Just like, bro, what happened? What happened? Also, I changed my ad settings. I didn't actually like turn on my ad plans because I don't have mid-rolls are kind of cringe. But I did change it. I just set it to the incentive program to be 3 minutes every hour instead of 1.5 every 30 minutes. And I realized that when I run my ad break right at the start of the stream to get rid of pre-rolls, it runs a 3-minute ad break, but it only gets rid of 33 minutes of pre-rolls as opposed to a 1.5 minute ad break that gets rid of 30 minutes. Now it's just like, bro. But I bet there's a whole bunch of stuff that got messed up since everything crashed. I'll deal with that later. I'll deal with that afterwards. Over here. Hello. I don't know where my camera is. I don't have any of the. Is it here? Is it here? I think it's here. I think that's where it is. I don't have any of those red lights that show me what camera I'm supposed to be looking at. So, hello. I am here with SeaBed. What could be the end of SeaBed? This could be the very end of SeaBed. And I really don't know what we're gonna do. I'm thinking that maybe, I mean, obviously, we're gonna be playing Zanki and Hollow Knight. That's gonna be the next ones. In addition to Genshin being Genshin, I'm gonna be playing Hollow Knight and doing more Zanki. I don't know. Zanki's like, I want to play it, at the same time I don't want to play it. Like, I want to play it and then I don't want to play it. I want to just like not play it anymore. Also, Discord, you're not sending me, there's no ping. Okay, whatever, who cares? Who cares? But, anyway. Yeah. I think I am going to play. It says the bitrate's not stable. It looks fine. I think Twitch is just tripping because it looks fine in OBS. I am going to play Code Vein on my own, I think. I think I'm just gonna play Code Vein by myself. I don't really know if I want to have to deal with like setting everything up to stream Code Vein. I think I'm just gonna play it by myself just for my own enjoyment. But nothing too different today. I have the soundboard open again. Hello, Buster. Yeah, I have the soundbed open again. Okay, so here's an interesting one. Now, if I look at Twitch, if I look at Stream Manager, your name is green. If I look at in chat, your name is green. But I look in OBS, your name is pink. So it's changed once again. I think OBS is just tripping. But no, I have the soundboard open up, so I don't know if we'll ever use it for anything. Whether they're like pre. That was very long. I have my soundboard that I put together with custom sounds. There are also like pre-made soundboards that are there. So let's see. These are pretty funny. But no, there's a sitcom category. That's just, I assume, all sitcom sounds. That's pretty funny. You know, hopefully we'll get through SeaBed. I should probably start SeaBed. We're 5 minutes in, so I should probably start SeaBed. Unless I want to have a very, very long stream. So... I don't know. I don't think I have any announcements. Aside from the scheduled stream on Tuesday, the new scheduled stream on Tuesday. Yeah. I think I'm good. I think we're gonna do that. So I'll get ready, I'll start preparing stuff for that. And I think that'll probably just be it. But yeah, I don't think there are any announcements I have. Not really. Just some videos going on TikTok, which who cares? It's all stuff from the streams, so if you've watched the streams, you've already seen it. So let's get right into SeaBed. Over here. I had to move myself over into this corner now too, and also have to do this. And last but not least, I always forget. Glasses. Am I too big? I think I'm the right size. I'm gonna make myself just a little smaller. That looks too small. I think I'm good. I think if I just like squeeze into this corner, I'll be good. So, last time on SeaBed Saturday, number 12. We started here, and Narasaki put like a twig or something in the furnace. And then we found Kozue looking at a well. And then Takako talked to Sanae about what happens if she just disappears, what happens when you die. And then Mayako washed Takako's back. And then we had a flashback of Takako and Sachiko in their apartment. And then that was kind of it for the CGs that we got. But we have basically 2 pages of CGs left. And we found out that, in fact, the sanatorium and the mansion, the hotel, are in fact 2 different places. Fujisaka Mansion and, what was the other one called? Something Gihara? Nagagihara? Inagahara? I don't know. Something Gahara Sanatorium are in fact 2 different places in 2 different locations that just so happen to look exactly the same because they're both old Western style mansions, and they both have camphor trees in the courtyards, and they both have libraries that are very similar shaped, and they are both located next to port towns. But they are completely different places, and Takako and Sachiko are alive at both times, and Narasaki sent Sachiko's diary to Takako and redacted some of those pages, and she said something very cryptic about how she was going to keep those memories safe for Sachiko. And I don't know. Also, Narasaki maybe is still a doll, I don't know. And Narasaki used to work at the sanatorium. So potentially what we saw at the very beginning of the game in the office that we saw, either it's the exact same office, either it looks the same, she just made her new office look the same, or it was the same place. Either Sachiko is going to the sanatorium, which I find highly doubtful because they were always talking about how it was in Tokyo, so I presume what happens is Narasaki just made her new office look like her old office. That also explains the stuff that we saw here in the tips. All the things we saw about the clinic and everything. And like all the rooms, and the consultation rooms, and all the other stuff, and the night duty room that looked the same. Because I believe at some point it kind of was the same. And we also found out that the sanatorium and the hotel are somehow inexplicably linked across space and time. Because, or at least Narasaki maybe has something along that effect. Because she saw, "Hi Neon, how are you? I'm doing good. Hello Tofu, SeaBed, SeaBed." Because Narasaki went into the room and she felt like the image, the ghost, the spirit of Sachiko sleeping in her room at the hotel while she was in the sanatorium. which also explains why Sachiko saw Takako that one night at the hotel, because it was Takako running around at night in the sanatorium, and her spirit, body, energy, force, something got projected into the hotel. Because why? Who knows? Maybe it's Kozue's fault. Maybe it's Kozue's fault. Also, Kozue was looking into the architect for the two buildings, so that was something that kind of never got addressed, but I feel like it might be relevant, or it's a red herring. Maybe aliens? Maybe it is aliens. Maybe it is aliens. She does have green hair. She really looks like Hatsune Miku here. Like, I know it's just like the shading that they did with the water and everything, but she really looks like Hatsune Miku. Anyway, I'm gonna check how many chapters we have, and then we'll get into it. We are in Chapter 9, Return, A Quiet Sight, and I actually said last time, I remember, I was going to just start it here, because there is a little cutscene that I went through before it let me save, so I'm going to restart here, just for a little recap. Chapter 9, Return. Did you know that Return is a move in Pokemon that does more damage the higher your friendship is with your Pokemon? Yeah, we saw this ghost of Takako, and she kind of looked like Kozue right there, and we have this picture of Sachiko who kind of looks like Sanae, and it's very bizarre and strange. Good morning, Sachi. I felt like I heard Takako's voice. I opened my eyes to see an elaborately designed ceiling. I sat up and fixed the shoulder strap of my nightgown. What nightgown? You were wearing a turtleneck. The sight of the Victorian sofa and the fancy chest of drawers with a plant on the top had grown familiar to me before I knew it. I felt similar to how I did when I stayed at my grandparents' place for extended amounts of time. I pulled the feather-filled sheet closer to myself and inhaled a deep breath. The scent made me think of home. Nana left for her meeting right after breakfast. I myself returned to my room to get ready for hiking. Nana had already prepared some sandwiches for me to eat on the road, so there was little else I had to do besides getting changed. My change of clothes were a thermal underwear, a thicker jacket, a small bag, a hat, and a pair of hiking shoes I stuffed at the bottom of my suitcase. I ended up picking them because they gave me a certain kind of look, but I wasn't entirely sure of their actual practicality. Ah yes, style over function. Fashion over function. I went outside as soon as I finished my preparations. I want to see a CG of Sachiko in her hiking outfit. The sky was crystal clear, just like Nana predicted yesterday. I took a deep breath, letting the scent of trees flood my nostrils. This time, I left the mansion through the front entrance. I passed by the gates next to the parking lot and paused in front of the curving mountain road. She's that girl. She's that girl. To the left stretched the wide road that Nana drove down to the town. Is she a downtown girl? Living in the downtown world? To the right, the road narrowed, becoming too tight for cars to pass through. Nana told me to follow it if I wanted to go to the mountains. I took out the hiking map for beginners that was left in the lobby, and continued toward the first of the marked destinations. I checked my watch to see if it was 11:30. The path for the hiking course was actually better paved than the road Nana used to drive me to the mansion. Okay, here's another thing. We mentioned that. Here's something else I want to bring up again. There was a whole thing last week, about how Sachiko was like, hey, have you seen Narasaki, my friend Narasaki? And Nana was like, who's Narasaki? And Sachiko was like, oh, she's like a tall, slim, like, redhead lady, you know? And Nana is like, oh, did we have other guests? We're closed right now, though. We're not open for business. You're the only one here. And Sachiko's like, huh, okay. And then later she called Narasaki on the payphone. And she was like, hey, yo, so like Nana didn't know that you were here. And Narasaki was like, oh, well, I checked in with... And Sachiko was like, oh, did you check in with, like, Lily or somebody? And Narasaki was like, yeah, so maybe Nana just didn't run into each other. She just doesn't know I was there. And then, Narasaki was like, you can go ask Lily if you want. And Sachiko was like, nah, fam, that's good. And I was like, no, Sachiko, you need to verify these things. So, I still know. It was surprisingly flat, too. I had to climb a few stairs here and there, but there were no steep slopes like I'd been expecting. That's why it's the beginner course. The song of birds echoed across the sea. Across the sea? Across the area. Whenever their chirping became somewhat louder, I'd pause and look for them in the tree branches or among the rocks. I'm gonna move my thing. Thus far, I discovered a Dorian redstart, a pale thrush, and a brown-eared bulbul. A pale thrush? What about the fuzzy thrush, or the furry thrush, or whatever it was? All of them were in the bird encyclopedia Kozue found for me. This mountain seemed to have a surprising number of birds, just like Nanai said. The scenery peeking through the thick woods was the same one I saw when Nanai drove me up to the mansion. A wide range of mountains, and the sea, clearly visible in the distance. Beside that, I only spotted a moss-covered old temple, a relatively high waterfall hidden by the surrounding trees that I shouldn't go chasing, a shallow river running through the rocks, and a small, ancient-looking dam. Damn, that dam looks ancient. I'd spent some time looking at each new thing I discovered, and when I found none, I'd instead look for birds. I reached my destination, the observation platform, by 12 o'clock. As I climbed up to it, the scenery of the southern sea extended before me in the distance. That almost was a tongue twister. The land here curved from the east and continued to the other end of the sea. The green lands in the azure sea seemed almost like they went on forever, all the way to the very edge of the world under the already boundless blue sky. I sat down on the bench I found on the platform, placing my bag by my feet. I had a quick sip from the water bottle I kept in the bag's side pocket, then took out my sandwiches and began munching away on them. There was not a soul around. It might have been too early for the New Year's season, or perhaps the place was always this deserted. I honestly couldn't tell, but the fact remained that the area was completely deserted. I turned around and looked at the way I came from, but saw no traces of anyone having ascended the path behind me. I listened to the chirping of birds as I ate. A bird landed on one of the tree branches above me. It was a species I'd already spotted before. It was fun to find birds hidden in the scenery, like hidden Mickeys. I couldn't recognize most of them, but whenever I found one I did, it made me happy. Birdwatching might have been a much more fun hobby than I thought. I wondered if I could make out the birds better if I had one of those binoculars. And if I memorized the voices described in the book, I could probably spot and recognize way more species than I did now. Birdie! A birdie is... Is a birdie one under... Is that one under par? Or is it two under par? Right? It's like, it's one under par, right? Because it's a birdie, and then it's an eagle, and then it's an albatross, right? And then a bogey is 1 over, a double bogey is 2 over, and a triple bogey is 3 over. Yeah. Birdie is 1 stroke under par, and then eagle is 2 under par, and then albatross is 3 under. Okay. Okay. Verifying my golf knowledge. I went hiking today just because I figured it'd probably be a waste not to. What? But it ended up being much more fun than I expected. I had no companions to talk to, so I had no choice but to entertain myself solely by observing nature, looking for more animals or interesting trees. Takako would have probably spotted a lot more things than I did. But that only meant I had more things to look forward to in the future. I inhaled a breath and rose to my feet, my body feeling somewhat heavy. It was about time to start heading home. Oh, this is pretty. The map's recommended route was not the same road I used to come here. Instead, it led around the mountain, emerging near the back of the library. I could feel the cool breeze on my skin. I descended the gentle slope, fighting against gravity's attempts to hasten my step. I crossed the river, careful of the moss-covered, slippery-looking stones. After a few more minutes on the path, I emerged onto a wide road. I paused there for a moment. As I took out the map from my bag to confirm the direction I should continue in, I spotted a girl walking toward me from one end of the road. It was Kozue. Hello. Hello. Are you going to the library? I asked. Kozue nodded and asked if I was planning to go somewhere. I answered that I was actually on my way back. She gave me an apprehensive look. As I was trying to understand what it meant, she passed by me. I put the map back in the bag and followed her. Do you know a lake that should be somewhere around here? It's that way. Kozue pointed at the woods. Looking in the direction she pointed in, I couldn't see anything other than the trees. There's a road further down. I'll show you. I followed the path that Kozue showed me. After only a few dozen meters, I could make out a body of water through the tree branches. The lake stretched much wider than I had thought, its surface still as a mirror. I sat down in a half-withered tree I found lying on the small, sandy beach. It turned out to be sturdier than it looked. It didn't seem like I had to worry about it crashing down under my weight. I shifted my gaze back to the lake, observing the black, humus-covered slopes. Humus? Hummus? Covered slope coming in contact with the water, as well as another fallen tree with its roots sticking out next to it. What's humus? It's not hummus. Hummus has two M's. It didn't seem like the lake had received any artificial treatment. The area I'd been sitting at was the closest I could get to the water without risk of falling in. The water was so clear I could see the sand at the lake's bottom. In some areas, it seemed like the surrounding vegetation had also invaded the lake itself, covering parts of its bottom in green. Watching the lake reminded me of that one time Takako invited me to go fishing. Fishing jamboree? We were still in middle school. Takako, me, and two of her good friends at the time left our houses on their bicycles. Our destination was the lake that Takako's family used to visit by car all the time. She was the only one who knew the location. Takako had said it only took 20 minutes by car, but being 2 mountains and 1 river away, the place wasn't exactly easy to reach for a bunch of children. In truth, Takako's 2 friends gave up after seeing the slope leading over the first mountain. I would have left myself, but I knew Takako wouldn't give up and try to press on, with or without us. It would have been bad if she got lost, so I followed her while making sure to remember the way. Memorizing the unusual roofs of the houses around the mountains, I was thinking that I'd have Takako turn back around noon, even if by force. However, by noon, we had already reached the lake. Takako was overjoyed by having reached the place from her memories. That told me how little of the way she actually remembered. I looked at the lake currently in front of my eyes. The lake we found with Takako didn't have a wooden pier or a proper path leading to it. It was as wild as the forest around it. It also had a big tree leaning right over the water. Takako had the bright idea to do her fishing from atop that very tree. Meanwhile, I laid down a sheet on the sandy beach by the lake, just like this one, and ate a jam sandwich while observing her. It was a pleasant, silent place. We spent about 2 hours at that lake. I read a book I'd brought while Takako attempted to fish. Big fish would sometimes jump above the water, causing ripples to spread along the lake's surface. Though we didn't catch anything in the end, Takako was satisfied by the experience. I couldn't remember the way back all that well, but by the time we got back, it was already dark outside. Needless to say, my parents were furious. When we left the lake, Takako suggested we come back another day. I did give her a half-hearted reply of sorts, but I wasn't really planning on ever coming back. As such, that was the first and last time we went to that lake. I felt a bit sad, so I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. That was but another little episode from my past. The chilly air filled my lungs, soothing my aching heart. Now that I thought about it, that might have been the farthest trip I had ever taken on a bicycle. And I'd forgotten all about it until now. I tried remembering my childhood. Fishing, hot springs, amusement parks, zoos, aquariums. Takako forced me to accompany her to a whole variety of places. As I remembered the lake from my past, it felt like it began overlapping with the one I was staring at now. Before I knew it, I couldn't tell which detail was supposed to belong to which scenery. I quickly snapped out of that state, realizing I'd been breathing heavily. It probably would have been wise to stay away from those memories until I calmed down, but they started swirling around me like a ship that had lost its rudder. I soon gave up on resisting, and instead decided to take an objective look at them. First, I asked myself whether this lake was part of the real world. All lakes look the same anyway, I answered myself. That was probably more or less true. When you start thinking about it too much, the resemblance becomes all the more striking. Or perhaps my memories were actually being overwritten by this scenery. You've never been here before. In any case, this wasn't that lake, and I had no way of returning to the past. Oh, welcome back. I ran into Lily in the lobby. Hello. I hear you were out hiking. How far did you go? I followed the route on your map up to Sakuradai. Oh, Sakuradai. The scenery is quite striking there, especially during good weather. It was nice, wasn't it? I could see beyond the gulf from the observation platform. I had lunch there, then circled around the mountain to come back. I see. Nana's only just returned too. I think she's preparing dinner right now. I see. Oh, that's right. I brought Kozue to the architectural office the other day. Everyone really liked her. At first, she was quiet as a mouse, but once we began talking about the mansion, she suddenly started asking more and more questions, until even the guys at the office started to run out of answers. In the end, they told us to come visit any time. I'm glad to hear that. Kozue said she was worried about bothering everyone with her curiosity. I see. I'm the one who invited her, so there really was no need for her to worry. To think she's already considering these things at her age. My, what a nice girl. She might come off as a bit shy at first, but once you talk to her, you realize she can be surprisingly assertive, and she's cute as a button to boot. I wish Nana was more like her when she was a child. I imagine Nana was quite active in her younger years. Indeed she was. At Kozue's age, she was still running around the mountains looking for insects. Yeah, she didn't seem like the kind of girl who'd be afraid of bugs. I imagined Nana chasing after insects and fishing in the mountains, which in turn made me remember Takako. Oh, will you look at the time? Said Lily as she glanced at the clock. To tell the truth, I still haven't finished some of my duties. We can discuss Nana's childhood some other time. Okay. See you later then. See you. After that, I climbed the stairs and returned to my room. I undressed, took a shower, and changed into something more comfortable. Not once did we get a single CG or picture of what Sachiko looked like in her hiking gear. I feel betrayed. I glanced out the window while drying my hair at the dresser and saw the evening sun beginning to gradually shower the mountain range with its crimson rays. Huh? Yeah, Sachiko, she put on her whole thing. She did this whole thing where she talked about what she was wearing. And she was like, I got some hiking boots. I don't know if they're actually good for hiking, but I sure look fashionable when I wear them. And then they didn't even give us a single picture. After lightly combing my hair, I descended to the lobby. The grandfather clock had just struck 5 o'clock. That means it's time to drink. I considered going to the kitchen to look for Nanai, but then realized I'd probably be getting in the way of her cooking, so I changed my mind. Not even the devs know what hiking boots look like. They can't draw feet. I mean, why do you think we don't see any feet? No feet. No feet. Legs. No feet. I shifted my eyes to the counter of the lobby, remembering the reading area Nana and I designed together. Now that I look at it, I got worried whether a chair would really fit there. Curious about the overall design of the room, I sat down on one of the stools by the wall and began to slowly scrutinize my surroundings. I could hear the grandfather clock creak with each new swing of its pendulum. That old thing must have been a pain to maintain. A jug with a forest plant in it rested on the counter. A black phone slumbered all alone on a stool in the corner. I felt like Nana had nothing to worry about concerning the lobby coming off as dull. By the time the orange rays of the sun penetrated the stained glass in the door, I started to regret not bringing a book with me. Being left with no other options, I spent some time observing the patches of sunlight as they slowly traveled from the center of the corner to the camellia, then to the old register on the counter. I suddenly remembered how I met Nana in Rome. She said she was looking for new furniture. Even this room had an expensive-looking glass shelf on the other end of the counter, an old decorative typewriter, and some seemingly antique stools, not to mention all the other things I'd already mentioned. I wonder how much of those Nana collected by herself. At a closer look, I realized the items all seemed to date back to a wide variety of periods, and came from all sorts of regions. However, they were now all a part of the world Nana created. Oh, so what this probably is this probably... We've probably gone back in time like about a day to the end of last stream. So we followed what Narasaki was doing. So now we've gone back to the start of that day, and now we're seeing what Sachiko was doing at the same time. A place filled with the soothing, nostalgic atmosphere that reminded me of the Western fairy tales I used to read as a child. I figured I should ask her about what her buying standards were. A continuous ringing shook me awake from my daydream. It appeared to be the phone. It continued to ring as I gazed at it. It didn't seem like Lily or anyone was coming back to pick it up. I stood up and walked in front of the phone. I picked up the receiver, so this should be Narasaki calling from the sanatorium. Hello? Theoretically, right? I actually... Because she called her, right? She called her once at the train station and once at the sanatorium. Hello. The voice from the other end of the line sounded kind of nostalgic. I instantly recognized it as Narasaki's. I'm sorry. I made you promise to call, but I ended up forgetting about it. Oh, don't worry about it. I wasn't sure if I'd have time to call anyway. Did you manage to get back all right? Yep, she said, when her usual followed. That's not really a snort, is it? I don't know how I can... How do you... That's like a snort. That's not like a laugh snort. That's like a snort. Suddenly I heard the gong of the grandfather clock. Is something wrong? Narasaki asked as the sound startled me. No, the clock just surprised me, that's all. Hearing me say that, Narasaki let out another chuckle. The clock continued to gong. I felt like I could hear it from the other end of the line, too. Did you like flowers, Sachiko? Flowers? Yep, flowers. Flower. Well, I suppose I do. Not much more than the average person, though. In that case, maybe you should try growing a garden as a hobby. Why? That sounds pretty random, coming from you. Taking care of living things does wonders for relaxation. I'd recommend keeping a pet, but you're allergic to fur, if I remember correctly. I just thought it'd fit you. Really? Well, I'll think about it. How's your schedule looking? When do you think I should drop by your clinic again? Narasaki didn't say anything, so I brought up the subject myself. However, she didn't answer right away, instead making a long pause. I don't think we'll be able to meet for a while. Why? I got a sudden new job. I'll have to travel a bit far for a while. What do you mean, far? Where are you going? And what's gonna happen to your clinic? The location isn't clear yet. As for the clinic, I'll be closing it. That's sudden. Sorry, but I'll be busy for a while, Narasaki said after I fell silent. She explained that we would not be meeting for a long while. I was even planning to buy her a present on my way back, but now I felt a little dejected by the sudden turn of events. Hey, these things happen, you know, Narasaki added, as I absent-mindedly coiled the phone's cord around my finger. I started but gave up. It's going to be lonely without you, I said instead. You can always call Nanai or Lily if you need company. I suppose so. Calling Nanai from time to time did sound like a pretty good idea. But I also felt like Narasaki's departure would leave a gaping hole in my life. If you still feel lonely, just blame it on the season. It's all too easy to get caught up in a melancholy mood when it's cold and silent outside. Your apartment has a balcony, right? Try growing primroses. They're strikingly colorful things that actually bloom in winter. I'll give that a try, if I feel like it. Good. Well then, I'll be hanging up. There's still something I need to take care of. I see. What's wrong? Is there still something you want to tell me? I was already prepared to hear her say goodbye, but she didn't end the conversation just yet. What makes you think that? I pulled my finger away from the cord, letting it stretch back to its normal length. Whenever you left your grandparents' house in the country, you'd always keep waving at them from the rear window of the car until they were completely out of sight. That's the kind of child you were. I'm not a child anymore. You really think so? Narasaki said. I'm hanging up. Okay. See ya. See ya. I pulled the receiver away from my ear and placed it on the phone. I heaved a deep breath as I let go of it and stole a glance at the clock. Its minute arrow was pointing at the number 2. That wasn't a very long conversation. The pieces of the stained glass on the door glowed in navy blue. As I considered going back to my room to wait for dinner, I suddenly felt kind of tired and didn't want to climb the staircase. I sat down on the same stool as before and waited for my sudden exhaustion to pass. I glanced at the phone, but remembering Narasaki's last words, quickly looked away. Placing my elbows on my knees, I rested my forehead on my palms. I closed my eyes, listening to the pendulum swing back and forth. You are getting very sleepy. Very sleepy. I opened my eyes to see the already familiar canopy above the bed. What canopy? I promptly sat up and slid out from under the sheets as I always did. Then I got changed and headed off to have breakfast. As I reached the cafeteria, I found Nanai with my breakfast at the usual table. I greeted her and we began eating together. The meal consisted of bread rolls, scrambled eggs, spaghetti, spinach salad, sausages, and a handful of cherry tomatoes. This looks even more extravagant than usual. Oh, it's your last breakfast here, so I felt like putting in a bit of extra effort. You can leave some if it's too much. Maid Nanai. It's not really Maid Nanai, she's just wearing a kimono with an apron. The rolled bread had soft ham and crispy cheese inside. After finishing the bread, I scooped up a mouthful of spaghetti with my fork. This is pretty nostalgic. I remembered having something similar back in school, though it wasn't this good. Right? I liked them so much I ended up looking for the recipe. Those noodles look kind of unusual. Do they even sell those in the supermarket? They're called soft noodles. Oh, you can get them directly from the manufacturers if you order a large amount. I see. Apparently, they're specially made for school lunches. School lunch noodles. They don't get as mushy as the normal ones, and are supposedly better for digestion. Yeah, I remember how easily they tear from just a gentle touch of your chopsticks. Exactly! Nana nodded. I realized this after looking it up, but apparently, Japanese school lunches after the war mostly used bread imported from America. The noodle industry eventually caught wind of it, and decided to increase the variety of food available in schools, developing these noodles as a result. They're especially rich in the B1 and B2 vitamins that children desperately needed back in those days. Wonder noodles? It all started in Tokyo before gradually spreading all across the country. I would have never guessed that these spaghetti had such a rich history. We spent the rest of our lunch discussing the kinds of food we used to eat at school. Apparently, Nana was a big fan of mackerel miso soup. When I mentioned I like to make sushi rolls, she taught me a few tricks to make the process easier, and the results neater. I spent the afternoon in the mansion, like I always did. After packing my bags, I made it down to the lobby. Nana promised she'd meet me with her car, but I arrived a bit earlier than the agreed upon time. I placed my bags into the counter and lingered in the lobby for a while. I was thinking about sitting down on the stool when the black phone entered my vision. It didn't seem like it'd be ringing again anytime soon. Is something wrong? Did my phone offend you in some way? Nana appeared in the doorway behind the counter. Checking the clock, I realized it was about time for my departure. No, it's nothing. I see. Well, let's be on our way, I guess. Right. How did you like it here? Nana asked, as we rattled down the same road I ascended on my first day here. I had a great time. It's been so long since I felt so relaxed. I'm almost looking forward to going back to work the day after tomorrow. Glad to hear it. The car rattled as it passed over a big hole in the road, making Nana grow silent. I caught a glimpse of the sea beyond the trees around us. Feel free to drop by for another visit if you're ever in the mood. Oh, definitely. Nana told me she still had some unfinished work to attend to as we parted ways at the station. After waiting a minute or so for me to go inside, she drove away. I found a small shop inside the station. I wonder what kind of shop this is. I briefly inspected its lineup. It had some snacks, newspapers, and a souvenir corner. Key holders, wooden carvings, and the glass sculptures lined a long shelf. I found a familiar writing utensil among the lineup, clips with cute bears on them. I felt like I had too few of them to put to any real use, so I considered buying a bit more here. But as I wondered if it was really necessary, I grew worried about the time. I checked the clock inside the station and realized it was about time for my train. In the end, I bought 2 packs of clippings, thinking I might as well give the extra ones to my workmates as presents. Then I bought a few more things I thought they might like. I bought the ticket at the booth Nana told me about, and as soon as I stepped onto the platform, the train arrived. That's interesting, because when Narasaki was here, it was like dead empty. Oh. Look at her. The train car rocked back and forth. She looks like somebody. She looks like somebody. Oh, who is it? She looks like somebody from something I've like read or watched. I don't remember. It's the bangs and the little tassels on her top. I know that's her scarf. She really looks like... Oh. Well, I'm not gonna remember it. I let out a sigh, then inhaled a breath, realizing that the air here smelled a lot like the way it does back at home in the countryside. A complex mix of steel, trees, the sea, old buildings, and incense. The scent waned with each station that we passed. Instead, the towns began to grow bigger and bigger. After the next station, we emerged next to a highway along the sea. I watched the sun set along the sea, illuminating the train car in its orange glow. It sank deeper and deeper into the western horizon. I closed my eyes, turning my face to the center of the light. I imagined a world where the sun rose from the west. Takako was sleeping there, on the other side. The faint sunrise would soon fall on her closed eyelids, gently waking her. She would then do her usual routine of radio exercises and head to work. That silly train of thought was enough to make me feel like I would be okay. But how'd she know about the radio exercises? Opening my eyes, I saw the entire train car painted in orange. It felt almost like I was in a pleasantly warm bath. I truly managed to put my vacation time to good use this time. The hallucinations and ear ringing that had been plaguing me for quite a while seemed to have completely disappeared over the past few days. I felt like I could return to work in top shape, but I also wasn't planning to take on as much as I used to near the end of the year. I shoved my right hand into the pocket of my jacket to confirm my ticket when my fingers touched something cold and hard inside. I took it out and realized it was the penguin toy Kozue gave me as a present. It shone dully in the orange light, its silly face looking somewhat sad. I felt a tear roll down my cheek. Wondering if a stray sun ray reflected on some nearby surface had hurt my eye, I slightly rubbed it. When I did, another tear spilled forth from it. I paused for a moment, unable to understand what was causing this. No other tears followed, with the second one remaining moist on my cheek. The exact same scenery I'd observed on my way here drifted along on the other end of the window. But I felt like I myself was now somehow different. Something didn't add up. It was like I left something behind in that mention. I could recall someone telling me I had nothing to worry about anymore, but I couldn't remember who it was or when it happened, and I had a feeling I'd never be able to. I touched the trail left by the teardrop on my cheek, feeling a pain in my heart every time the train car swayed. It was like something important was being peeled away from it, little by little. However, I had no way of escaping the moving train. All I could do was sit here, waiting for it to reach its final destination. I felt like I heard a faint voice in the corner of my mind, but I couldn't make it out. A deep darkness enveloped everything. Did she leave behind the doll? Is the doll still in the room? Chapter 10. Distant Sound. Wow, that was a short chapter. That was an extraordinarily short chapter. That was like what, 40 minutes? Or less than that? That was very short. I returned to the night duty room after my conversation with Narasaki. I picked up our teacups and a pot from the table and carried them to the kitchen. I spilled what little tea was left in the bottom of the pot into the sink, and realized I was out of boiled water to make more. I pulled a kettle off one of the shelves, filled it with water, and put it on the stove. I mulled over my conversation with Narasaki while waiting for the water to boil. The conversation hardly took an hour, but I'd learned a lot. My head was still spinning, having received all this information about diaries and illnesses and whatnot. Now that I thought about it, I should have used that chance to ask Narasaki more questions. For example, she'd said she'd met me before in the past. I forgot to even ask when that happened. Besides, while Narasaki seemed amiable and answered more or less everything I asked, I felt there was still something off about how she phrased certain things. I wonder if she really didn't know Sachiko like she tried to imply. She didn't seem at all surprised or even curious when I told her Sachiko was the most important person in my life, almost as though she knew about our relationship. The hiss of the kettle brought me back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. Choked with... What? I poured the boiling water into the pot filled with old tea leaves. I filled my teacup with the freshly made tea and took a sip, feeling my head clear up. I grabbed one of the Monica Narasaki brought me and returned to the living room, sitting down on the cushion by the table. A bunch of keys Narasaki handed me lay in the middle of the table. They were all connected by a silver ring. Some of the keys had small green hexagonal key holders attached to them. Being all the same, they reminded me of the keys used in hotels. They were different from the key holders Mayako used. I picked one key holder up to realize it was a bit heavier than I thought. It sparkled slightly, reflecting the light as I turned it in my palm. I suddenly spotted a number on it. Upon turning it a bit more in the light, I could make out a room number. I tried checking which room keys I had, and eventually found one to Kozue's old room. I placed the keys back on the table. I remembered how I saw Sachiko in that room. I tried to get back to that room multiple times, but it was always locked. I didn't realize it until now, but the tea I drank seemed more bitter than usual. I now had the chance to check that room before returning the keys to Mayako. For some reason, I felt like it wasn't complete coincidence that they ended up in my possession. I tried coming up with an explanation, but ultimately failed. I wondered whether I should go to that room right now, or instead tell Narasaki about what I had experienced there. However, I couldn't exactly figure out what I was supposed to ask her. I was the only one who knew of what happened there. Narasaki might have understood something I didn't had I told her everything. On the other hand, she might have just deemed me crazy and locked me up or something. Besides, based on our previous conversation, it was already evident that she was trying to avoid discussing Sachiko with me. There were no guarantees she'd tell me anything, even if she knew. I gulped down the remainder of my drink and picked up the keys. I removed the one with Kozue's old room number on it, then shoved it into my pocket. It was entirely possible that nothing would happen, even if I went there. However, I couldn't help but feel like there was something important in that room. I made sure to slide a flashlight into my back pocket before leaving the night duty room. I ran into Sanae near the spiral staircase in the lobby. "I was looking for you," said Sanae as she approached me. She told me she was just on her way to the night duty room after finding my room empty. "What's up? I'm not working today." "You told me you wanted me to recommend you some books." I glanced at the cover of the book she was holding. It had an illustration depicting a sci-fi cityscape with a semi-futuristic look. I remember seeing Sanae read that book before. "Oh, I saw you reading that." "It's a mystery novel with lots of action elements. I think you'd enjoy it." "The mystery itself is pretty good too," she added. "That sounds fun, but I'm a bit busy right now. I'll swing by your room to pick it up later, okay?" "Fine by me." Sanae nodded and returned to her room. I continued down the corridor in the opposite direction, slowing my steps to Sanae, so Sanae wouldn't see me stop in front of the locked room. I waited for her to turn a corner. I took a glance over my shoulder. Sanae was nowhere to be seen. I quickly surveyed the rest of my surroundings. making absolutely sure there wasn't anyone on the opposite end of the corridor either. I then took the key out of my pocket and stuck it into the lock. On second thought, I didn't necessarily have to hide this from Sanai. She wouldn't tell Mayako about it if I asked her to keep it a secret. Besides, all she would have likely done was warn me to be careful. I doubted she would have tried to stop me. Still, I didn't want to force her to lie for me, so perhaps this was for the best. I turned the key with a click and the lock opened. The handle no longer resisted me. I considered what I would do if I ended up being unable to return. I remember promising Mayako to tell her before going somewhere, but that was already after I'd entered the room and closed the door behind me. There was nothing but a bed and an empty shelf in the room, just like the day I went to look for that thing Kozue lost. The place even felt kind of nostalgic. Now that I thought about it, I never even learned what I was looking for in here. The evening light filtered in through the window, preventing the room from being as dark as last time. I wondered if I should have opened the window, but since I didn't come here to clean or do anything of the sort, I figured I'd leave it alone for now. I walked to the center of the room, then spun around. The place looked like a normal room. There were no caves or any other trippy imagery I witnessed last time. When I leaned against the shelf, my hand ended up covered in dust. I pulled my hand back, realizing I'd left a handprint. I considered sleeping on the bed, but that was probably a bad idea. After placing my hand back in the same spot, I closed my eyes. And with that, I remembered everything that happened here last time. A tiny sliver of light surrounded by boundless darkness. When I moved closer to it, I saw Sachiko's back. She was sitting on a stone, facing away from me. When I tried speaking to her, she noticed my voice and slightly turned around. And that was where it ended. I replayed it in my mind countless times, so I was absolutely certain. When I opened my eyes, the room had been swallowed by darkness. Surprised, I took a step back, hitting the shelf behind me with my buttocks. The flashlight I brought with me slid out of my pocket and fell to the ground. I instantly turned it around to pick it up, but couldn't see anything in the blinding dark. This sudden turn of events left me a little dizzy. Saw SeaBed Saturday. The end of SeaBed Saturday. Hello, Kawa. Realizing I wouldn't be able to rely on my eyes anymore, I tried to ascertain my surroundings using my other senses. The scents and sounds I detected told me I was back in that place. I tried grasping around for a flashlight, but I had no idea where it fell anymore. I could no longer even find that shelf I hit earlier. In fact, I didn't even hear the sound of the flashlight hitting the floor. Perhaps I left it on the other side. Surrounded by the hollow darkness, I let out a sigh. I swiftly calmed myself, focusing instead on what I was to do next. I came here to find Sachiko. I wanted to know what the present Sachiko, whom I still couldn't completely remember, was doing, and where she was. I slowly took another look around. This definitely wasn't the best of situations, but for some reason, I didn't panic. Oddly enough, this darkness felt more nostalgic than intimidating. The last time I was here, I was too surprised to be able to think straight. But now, I felt like my head was working even better than usual. Perhaps the thought I might find Sachiko here made it that way. Whenever I was by her side, I'd feel neither fear nor anxiety. I heard a gust of wind blow past me. It reminded me of the sound of fast-moving subway trains. Additionally, the cool and musty smell reminded me of the floor of my old apartment. When I was little, I used to dig deep down into the sandbox to find the driest and smoothest sand to use as topping for my sand pancakes. Oh no. A few times, I managed to find sand that had turned light green. I still had no idea what that was supposed to be. In any case, I stored my greenish pancakes in an empty water tank I found in a warehouse. It was always dry and cold inside, so it was perfect for storage. Of the few times I left my pancakes under the stairs of my apartment, I found them cracked, looking as though a cat or a dog had stepped on them. Those I stored in the tank. They probably survived until I moved. For some reason, I couldn't remember that clearly. I only remembered how I stored them in the tank. I checked to see if my limbs were still numb, then decided to move forward. Much like last time, the ground at my feet had a hard, rocky texture to it. Careful not to trip, I slowly continued forward. The distorted echoes of my footsteps reverberated across the darkness. I continued walking for a while, but hit no walls or any other barriers. This was definitely not the inside of that room anymore. I was back. I blinked, but it didn't help. With or without my eyes closed, everything still remained the same. Perhaps this whole thing was just in my head, and my eyes had nothing to do with it. There's something off with my footsteps, so I paused for a bit. My last footstep reverberated across the area. Its sound grew gradually quieter until it eventually disappeared. But the sound of my next footstep reached me from behind. I turned around, but I still couldn't see anything. Nonetheless, I could hear rhythmic footsteps approaching me from that very direction. I rubbed my eyes and felt like I spotted a white stain of sorts in the darkness. I focused my eyes on it, then rubbed them again. The white stain began to grow bigger and bigger with each footstep I heard. It was a white shadow. Stretching tall from the ground, it had the shape of a person. It was coming toward me. I stood in place for a few moments, until the shadow came close enough for me to reach it. It stopped right in front of me. Yet I still couldn't figure out what it was supposed to be. It had blurry contours and no color. It really was just a white shadow. Sachiko's shadow. As it swayed from left to right, I could have sworn it was crying. Suddenly, it reached out and covered my eyes. Aha! After blinking a few times, I looked around. I was back in the room. Before I knew it, I stood there in the middle, staring at the door. For a moment, I thought I was back, but this wasn't the same room I came from. I looked around while rubbing my arms. It was incredibly cold. I wore a coat over a long-sleeved shirt, a choice of apparel that would keep me warm during winter, yet the air in this room felt like it could penetrate right through its layers, chilling my skin. The room was about the same size as Kozwe's, but the interior was different. The bed actually had a canopy with a curtain. The curtain was closed, making it impossible to see inside. I took a few steps to see if causing any sounds would change anything. The dry sound of my footsteps reverberated across the floor, but that was about it. I couldn't feel anyone's presence. It was still as death. Only a faint reddish light illuminated the interior. I stuck my hand in the gaps between the curtains and slowly pulled them away. There was no one on the bed, much like I expected. The curtains completely surrounded the entire bed, blocking view of its sides. I could barely make out the lamp and a silhouette of a clock on one side. I had to circle around the bed to check either of its sides. I inspected the room's interior one more time as I walked around. There was a Dracena plant in a pot by the door. An oil painting of some landscape hung on the wall to the right of it. Underneath it rested an antique-looking dresser. It was well organized and neatly maintained. Feeling like I'd seen some of these things before, I returned my gaze to the painting. It was either the scenery or the painting itself, but I could remember neither what it was of, nor the painter who could have painted the thing. I walked closer to have a better look, but that didn't help. Perhaps I never really knew this thing to begin with. As my hand touched the dresser, I instinctively pulled it back. But then I realized I had no reason to be afraid and leaned against the desk. It didn't have a single speck of dust on it. Whoever used it must have been a clean freak. The dresser had cute, bent legs. I spotted an odd dent in one of them, with a bit of the wood chipped away. It was at around the height you'd stub your toe at. Just looking at it made my toe ache. Relaxed by such a silly thought, I turned around and stopped again. I wondered how I knew that the shape on the other side of the bed was a clock. Its silhouette was so blurred I couldn't have possibly figured out what it was based on just that. Yet I still knew it was a clock. It was a rectangular-shaped thing with a little roof on top. It had a round clock board on the top with a pendulum swinging underneath it. A little dwarf used to come out of it and play a melody whenever the clock struck the hour. But one of its springs had gone bad and now it no longer worked. I listened to the swinging pendulum while gazing at the vague contours of the clock. I followed it to the other side of the bed. The sound that I thought was just my imagination turned more and more real with each step. A side table stood by the bed. The clock I'd described rested on it. I felt my head grow hot when I confirmed it really was the same thing. It wasn't just the clock I was familiar with. I knew that side table, I knew that lamp, I knew that dresser, I knew that painting. This was the bedroom of the apartment I shared with Sachiko. It was as though the memories frozen in the back of my mind began to melt. The pendulum sound went through them like an ice pick. The curtains around the bed moved, a slight gap opening between them. White steam rose from it. As I looked at that, I realized my fingertips had grown cold. The room's temperature had fallen so low that my breath was starting to turn white. I stuck my frozen hands in the gap between the curtains and slowly pulled them to myself. Someone was now on the previously empty bed. It lay on its sheets in a beautiful posture. It had the same face as me, but its skin was pale as snow. Thinking? I felt like I heard someone's voice. The lifeless lips of the me lying on the bed remained closed. I strained my ears and indeed heard something again. It sounded akin to someone talking to themselves. The voice I'd heard in between the rhythmic sound of the pendulum was likely the same one I'd listened to the most during my life. Unsure of its source, I continued looking at myself on the bed for a while. That faint voice definitely originated in this room. I focused all my attention on it, careful not to disturb it with any stray thoughts, almost like an archaeologist digging out a brittle antique. And eventually, I started to make out the words of that familiar voice. My surroundings suddenly grew dark. It wasn't because someone turned off the lights. I simply closed my eyes without being consciously aware of it. I finally realized the voice was coming from inside my head. That night scenery was really beautiful, wasn't it? Which scenery? The one we saw at the Golden Gate. I mean, we ended up going there because you wanted to see the location of your favorite movie. We rented the car for 2 days and you drove us up the opposite shore. Don't you remember? I hear lots of suicides happen on that bridge. What a nice thing to remember. I remember it, but I want to hear how you remember it. Okay. Sachiko began telling me about our trip, which tourist spots we visited after landing at the airport, how we spent our time at the hotel. Sachiko told me everything, right down to the smallest detail. Listening to her speak, I started feeling like going on another trip together. I want to go there again. Where? Wherever. You can decide this time. Yeah... Okay. I'll think about it. I felt the warmth of Sachiko's right hand in my left. Her slender fingers with its beautiful nails intertwined with mine. Have you decided yet? I asked. I'd like to go on a cruise. I want something where I wouldn't need to move a lot, and could take my time reading books, she added. Well, I'd prefer something with a bit more physical exercise, personally. We can do that after you get better. Hey, I'm fine. I think I've been getting a lot better lately. Sachiko's features clouded over. You really think so? I'd better ask the doctor then. Sachiko pulled out a doll from the drawer and showed it to me. Reveal? Yup, here it is. It wore a white lab coat. Sachiko raised one of the doll's hands and said, "Hey there, it's been a while." I remember it now. We played with this back in kindergarten, right? You must have seen it at least 100 times in my room. I found it the other day when I was looking for a graduation album. That's so nostalgic. Tell me about it, the doll said, raising its hands. Hey, if you're a doctor, could you do a checkup on me? Let's see. The doll's little hand pressed against my forehead. Speaking of which, where did your stethoscope go? I lost it somewhere. Oh, I lost it somewhere. Well, not like I can't determine your condition just by looking at you. That's quite the skill to have. You have a fever. Does your head hurt? Just a little. It seems you need more rest. You should sleep for tonight. You think you can manage that? I'm not feeling that bad. I can sleep just fine. I'll be here by your side, so relax and close your eyes. That's good to hear. I returned to the darkness as the voices in my memories drew farther away. I kept my eyes closed, waiting for the next voice. I didn't hear anything for a while, but I couldn't force myself to move. Thank you for the hydrate tofu. It was entirely possible that the moment I opened my eyes, I would no longer be in that cold room. Remnants of Sachiko's presence still lingered about, along with something of tremendous importance. As such, I remained still in the darkness. After waiting for a while, I started feeling like I was already hearing it. I could hear it, but my brain refused to comprehend or even process it. I continued to wait. After some more time, I lost sense of how long I'd been doing this. I found myself assaulted by drowsiness, trying to interfere with my mission. When I pulled my consciousness away to escape it, I heard the voice again. Why not go to sleep already? I'll forget a lot of things if I fall asleep now. You'll forget a lot anyway. I felt Sachiko's hand on my cheek as I made a sulking face. I wonder what happens when people die. No idea. That's up to God, I suppose. I don't really believe in one, though. I'd rather you decided it for me. Sachiko fell in thought. They say people remain in the hearts of their loved ones, and I agree. When I think about what you'd think, you appear inside my head. I'll keep thinking about you even when you're no more, so you'll still be here, inside me. What kind of place would that be? A great place. You'll live in a port town by a beautiful sea. It's quiet enough, the air tastes nice, and every season is perfect for reading. And if I'm going to move there? Oh, and I'm going to move there? Yeah. There's only nice people living there, so they'll treat you well. Sounds like Wonderland. I suppose you could call it that. That sounds nice. Tell me more. I turned in the direction of Sachiko's voice and opened my eyes. However, her face was all blurry in the dim light, and I couldn't make it out. Okay, I heard her voice. When I opened my eyes, I was in Kozue's room. I was standing in front of a bed without a canopy. Tears rolled down my cheeks. My last memory was that of regret. Sachiko was the one most in pain, yet I ended up relying on her again. And she took that heavy load on her shoulders from me with a gentle smile. Patches of orange sunlight illuminated my knees. The cold had abated, as if it was never there to begin with. The pain and sickness I felt were completely gone, too. I looked at at my shadow in the bed. I felt a sharp pain behind my eyes. That scene from earlier kept flashing into my mind. I had a recollection of the bed Sachiko and I lay on, and I'd already remembered the clock before even seeing it. That was, without a shred of doubt, our bedroom. We bought an apartment in the suburbs. It was about a 30-minute drive away from our office. The memories of the days we spent together came flooding back into my mind like water crashing through a collapsing dam. That was way too much information for a mere dream. Besides, there was nothing ambiguous about those memories. I remembered everything with perfect clarity. My heart was racing in my chest. I gave up on processing everything for now and took a deep breath. As I looked around the room, I remembered the sanatorium. My thoughts then moved on to Mayako, Sanae, and Kozue, and finally, to Narasaki. Sachiko mentioned that name in my returning memories. Narasaki knew Sachiko, and it was possible she was still here. Once I had calmed down, I hurried out of the room. I descended down the spiral staircase in a hurry. As I emerged into the lobby, I nearly crashed into Narasaki, who was standing in front of the phone. Narasaki noticed me and turned around. "Did you run into a polar bear upstairs or something?" Her hand was resting on the phone's receiver. "Have you finished your walk yet?" "I was about to leave. I want to ask you something about what we discussed earlier. Or can't you even spare a minute?" Narasaki glanced at the stained glass in the door rather than the clock. "I can stay while it's still bright outside. I'd rather not drive through the mountain roads in the dark, you know. So what's bothering you?" "Sachiko, you implied you didn't know her, but you do, don't you?" "What makes you think that?" Narasaki shrugged. "I remembered. Narasaki's the name of the doll Sachiko used to play with. And you look a lot like it, too. And the same Narasaki sent Sachiko's diary to me. You can't be unrelated. It wouldn't make sense." Narasaki slowly inhaled a breath and looked at the floor. I couldn't quite make out her face in the already dimly lit lobby. Her expression seemingly teetered between relief and exasperation, but I couldn't be sure. "You're correct. I do know her. Why did you act like you didn't?" "I wanted you to remember it by yourself." "You still could have said something." Narasaki shook her head. "There would have been no point if you couldn't remember her by yourself. If anything I said had caused you to remember something, it would have ended up distorted by my subjective point of view. It wouldn't be your genuine memory, and these kind of uncertain things are the first to be taken away by your illness. Your Sachiko and my Sachiko are different. In order to remember your own Sachiko, you had to recall your memories by yourself. That's why I avoided saying anything about her. All I could do was unobtrusively guide you toward the key to your memories. Memory is the key." I understood what she was trying to say. Even back when I read that diary, there were times when I wasn't entirely sure if those were really my memories or just my imagination. And when I started thinking like that, I'd grow anxious and uncertain. Once you forget something for good, you can't be sure about it anymore. Thanks to you, I remembered something very important. However, some of the stuff I remembered is pretty crazy, which is why I'm so stumped right now. Narasaki spoke up while I was trying to look for a better way to articulate my thoughts. "What did you remember exactly?" "I'm pretty sure I now remember more or less everything about our life together, but those memories don't explain why I'm here. It's almost like I have two different selves, each with its own set of separate memories. I feel like the time I spent living with Sachiko was akin to a dream that felt very real." Narasaki calmly listened to my ramblings. "Maybe you really don't know her. For all I know, she could just be a figment of my imagination." Finding it hard to believe? Narasaki asked. But if you've remembered that much, we can always talk about it later. Narasaki turned back toward the phone. She picked up the receiver and pushed a coin into the slot. Maybe she's still there, she said while turning the dial. I drew closer to the phone. Narasaki held up the receiver in front of me. When I took it and pressed it against my ear, I could hear a long beep. Title screen. Green and blue this time. We haven't seen the Narasaki SeaBed screen for a while. Last chapter. Oh. 4-leaf clover. Like clover designs? Well, I've only gotten like 3 CGs. So either there's going to be like a CG like every 2 seconds, or this last chapter is going to be like 5 hours long. I finished my conversation with Narasaki and sat down on the stool by the phone. Actually, you know what? This is the perfect time for me to take another water break. Okay, I will say. Thank you, Tofu. I will say. Things might still be different. The ending might still be different. But I was going to be very upset if that last chapter ended with the reveal that Takako had died and that everything we were witnessing with Takako was the Takako inside Sachiko's heart, because Takako was all like, people don't really die unless everyone forgets about them. So don't worry, Sachiko. I'll always remember you. I'll keep you right here inside my heart, in a lovely town next to the sea, with plenty of nice people to talk to, where you can read your books in peace. And I was just like, bruh. If Takako is actually just dead, and everything that we've seen with her is just like Sachiko remembering her in her heart, the whole like memory is the key, people never die unless they're forgotten kind of thing. Like with Somnium Files, about like you never die unless you're forgotten. And I was gonna be so upset. I was going to be so upset. Like, you don't understand how upset I would have been if it was just like, oh, Takako is just fully dead. Sachiko is just creating all of this to keep the memory of Takako alive. And when she left Narasaki in her room at the hotel, she lost like the last link and she was forgetting like the redacted spoilers out of Genshin. I was gonna be so upset. I finished my conversation with Narasaki and sat down on the stool by the phone to catch my breath. They can't pull a Dunyazard. I was gonna say, I swear, if they pull a Dunyazard, Greater Lord Rukadavada on me, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. After a couple of minutes, I stood up and was about to head to the spiral staircase when the phone started ringing again. The spiral abyss? I thought it was either Narasaki having forgotten to tell me something, or some actual hotel business this time. After a few moments of hesitation, I picked up the receiver. Hello. It wasn't Narasaki's voice that reached me from the other end of the line. It was an even more familiar one. A voice I had listened to for most of my life. Aw, isn't that cute? They both say the same thing about each other. This better be a CG. Takako. It's been a while, Sachi. The abruptness of her call rendered my mind completely blank. It was most likely another one of my hallucinations, but there was something different about this one. Up until now, my head would always cloud over whenever Takako appeared, making me go through the motions as though in a lucid dream. This time, however, I felt no different from usual. My mind was serene as a lake. I could hear her voice clearly through I could hear her voice clearly through the receiver. Where are you calling me from? A sanatorium. A sanatorium? Yeah, I've kind of been having trouble remembering things lately. I always knew you were just one step away from dementia. Maybe I was. Huh? Are you serious? I heard Takako chuckle on the other end of the line. Well, it's not like forgetting things is anything new to you. Remember the time you mixed up your shoes back in school? I do. I accidentally put on my friend's shoes after class in the AV room. That's still within the scope of reason. But after that, you forgot to change them before leaving school, and only realized you were wearing them when you got home. Yeah, I promptly changed into sandals and went outside to hang out with you, but then my sister panicked when she got home and found unfamiliar shoes with someone else's name in the lobby, and the neighbors called the police. I was in for a shock when I got home and found a police car in front of our place. I had to explain the situation, and then the policeman who was checking my room for signs of burglary gave me such an exasperated look. There's no way I'll forget it until I die. Your memory was pretty bad, even back in those days. That old episode made a smile naturally form on my lips. That's not entirely right. When I was younger, I'd just easily get obsessed with one thing or the other and forget about everything else. That was true, but it didn't change the fact that she was among the most forgetful people I've met in my life. That said, there was little point in pursuing the subject any further at this point. A sanatorium sounds so not like you. Aren't you bored there? I'm not. If anything, this place is unlike any other. I'm free to do almost anything I want, so I'm actually having loads of fun here. And how do you feel? Not bad. I see. We both fell silent for a moment. I realized I kept asking questions without giving Takako the chance to speak up. So this time, I paused and waited for Takako. I heard her voice again, just before the silence could grow awkward. I was forgetful, I admit that, but that's why you were always such a lifesaver for me. You diligently remembered things in my stead. My lips unconsciously formed into a smile again. Well, as long as you understand. Where are you now, Sachi? I'm staying at a friend's mansion. To recuperate. Recuperate? Are you also sick? I contemplated explaining everything that had happened to me thus far. However, I couldn't find the right words. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. It would have taken a long time to explain, and I wanted to speak to her about other things. I see, she said. How are you doing lately? She added after a pause. I wanted to talk to you for the longest time. Me too. I wanted to see you. We then talked about our past, about the trips we took together, the island in the far south, the countries in the west, our experiences on a long bridge. We discussed everything from our days in the kindergarten to when we quit our jobs and went independent. There were a few details I forgot, but Takako filled in the blanks for me, and I did the same for her. I closed my eyes and gazed at the lucid memories on the back of my eyelids. Those days came back to me, and were now about to disappear again. After we finished talking about the time we snuck into a pool at night, Takako said her coins were about to run out. She was on the last one. I slowly opened my eyes. Those were happy days. Not were, we still have plenty more ahead of us. I heard Takako whisper my name under her breath before falling silent. I whispered her name too. I suppose this is goodbye. Yeah. Goodbye, Sachi. I listened to the beeping sound for a while. I placed the receiver back into its place with a loud clang. I listened to the sound of our printer working quietly in the background. Suddenly it let out an electronic beep before stopping, completely motionless. Oh, it stopped, Fumi said in front of the machine. Inakai, this thing swallowed my papers again. Fumi turned to Inakai, who was still working at his desk. He silently stood up, walked over to the printer, and kneeled down in front of it to open its tray. I thought it was a steal when we got it from the neighboring office for almost nothing, but it keeps getting stuck all the time. The horrors of office printers, yes. To be honest, you really should know how to fix this by yourself. Oh, to be honest, you should really know how to fix this by yourself. Inakai removed the cover from the back of the machine and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. He pushed a button and the calm printing noise resumed. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Inakai glanced at his fingers, now covered in cyan-colored dye. What? Frowning, he pulled out a handkerchief from his back pocket and began wiping off his fingers. The handkerchief had a picture of a cute sheep on it. You can endure that much, can't you? It still beats going next door to beg every time you need to print something. Jesus, okay, fine. There was a knock on the door as Inakai returned to his seat. Excuse me. The windows of our beige-colored door trembled in response to the knock. Yes? Fumi moved closer to see what was going on. I paused and shifted my gaze to the door. I'm sorry for the intrusion, but I was wondering if Miss Mizuno was currently present. Fumi was speaking to someone on the other side of the door. Yes, just give me a moment. I made out a long-haired, familiar-looking woman standing at the door. Nanai? Narasaki? Nanai. Nanai, a massive Boston bag at her feet, waved at me as our eyes met. Hey there! I came over to hang out! Takako put the receiver down and watched the phone in silence for a while before turning around to face me. We're in Narasaki now, just in case that wasn't clear. She sounded like she was doing even better than I thought, she said with a broad smile. The light from the stained glass window had moved deeper into the room. After a few moments of silence, Takako parted her lips again. The last time I saw her was when we were in bed together. I have no recollection of waking up the next morning. Is this a dream? Or the world after death? I remember that night very well. Takako suffered from a very complicated disease, and spent months in a hospital bed. But after it became clear that there was nothing that could be done to cure her, Sachiko brought her back home. Takako passed away about a month after that. Sachiko nursed Takako during that entire time. As her condition grew worse, she kept thrashing in her bed at night. Every time that happened, Sachiko would administer sedatives she got at the hospital to make her sleep. The pain and her fever rarely allowed Takako to remain conscious, but during the brief moments of awareness, she'd always say Sachiko's name, and Sachiko would always answer her. 2 days before her death, Takako regained consciousness for slightly longer than usual, and spent a brief time talking with Sachiko. They went over random episodes ranging from their childhood to their adult life, the fun they had together, what they felt and thought at the time. They discussed every single thing with no reservations, down to the tiniest detail. Once they finished, Takako gave Sachiko a long, passionate hug and said goodbye. At this point, that episode remained only in my memories. I guess you can think of it like that. But it doesn't really matter. Whether this is a dream or anything else, you exist here all the same. And that was of utmost importance to Sachiko. I stuck my hands into my coat's pockets. The lobby had grown chilly as the sun began to set. It doesn't look like I've got much time. Is there anything else you want to know? Of course, there's a whole lot of things I don't understand. There's a thing or two I still don't understand myself, but I guess I can share with you what I do know. So, if I could speak with Sachiko, could I also meet her somehow? Your memories have returned. You should know what happened. Then how could I speak through that phone? This was a special occasion. There's a way to connect both worlds, but it's not good for Sachiko herself. Normal people don't talk to voices in their heads. I'd say it's about time to put an end to it. Takako said nothing and shifted her gaze toward the ceiling. Then tell me about yourself. You sent me Sachiko's diary and explained how my illness worked, so I assumed it was no coincidence you handed me those keys either. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? That wasn't a bad question. My objective was to recover Takako's memories. Or in other words, to combine the scattered and chaotic remnants of Sachiko's memories of Takako into one continuous fold. I wouldn't have handed Takako the keys if the diary was the only thing that kept her memories together. And I couldn't have been sure she would be able to return from that cave, much less with her memories recovered once I did. But she ended up living up to my expectations and beyond. It was all to treat the memory illness. But why would you go so far to do it? Because that's my role. Takako dropped her shoulders with a puzzled look on her face. I glanced at the clock while she was thinking about her next question. The old man I met at the cafe the other day said it would rain tonight. He said he could tell it from how the clouds moved above the sea. I tried checking the sky afterwards myself, but it didn't make much sense to me. I got a Takako to the main subject. Do you think you could do a favor for me? Takako returned her gaze to me. Of course. You have no idea how grateful I am for everything you did today. I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, I want you to write your diary in the notebook I sent you, if possible. I'm already writing it in my own notebook, Takako said with a puzzled expression. I want the diary in Sachiko's notebook to be a little different. It should be a special diary, I guess. I'd like you to write about things from a broader perspective, not just things that pertain to you personally. Could you be more specific? Like, when there are special events at the sanatorium. I imagine you'll all be going to visit the shrines at the start of the new year. I'd like you to make a record of what the other people there have said or done. It should be something fun if possible. Naturally, you don't need to write in this diary every day. How often do you want me to write then? A couple of times a year would just be just fine. That sounds easy. What's the point of it, though? It'll help to block the memory illness from advancing. Is the diary I'm writing now not enough for that? Unfortunately, it's not perfect, and you'll still end up forgetting things here and there. You said I should take good care of that notebook when we spoke in the night duty room. Is it, like, special in some way? That notebook is an embodiment of memories. What do you mean? I mean it literally. Your notebook, as well as the ones belonging to the other patients in here, have the same function. That's why they're so important. There were a few pages torn out from that notebook. Do you know why? I shrugged. Takako slightly cocked her head to the side. Why would anyone tear up something that important? She asked. I stood up from the stool and straightened my jacket. Are you already going? Why don't you spend the night here? We have more than enough empty rooms. I have a hotel room booked. Besides, there's still something I need to do. I see. Takako followed me up to my car. She kept her arms crossed, seemingly deep in thought. She finally spoke up when I opened the car's door. Narasaki? What is it? You said our notebooks are essentially our memories, so what about the one you sent? Who knows? It's not yours, is it? You have an active imagination. Then again, it's hardly surprising in your line of work. I climbed into the car and leaned back in the seat. Will you come visit some other time? There's still a lot of things I'd like to ask you. I'll make sure to drop by if I get the chance, I said before closing the door. I fastened my seatbelt and ignited the engine. Takako followed my car up to the road beyond the sanatorium gate. She kept waving at me up until she disappeared from the rearview mirror. Callback. I checked in right before lockup time and crashed into bed as soon as I entered my room. I ended up sleeping until noon the next day. I woke up at one point at my usual time and thought about going to get breakfast, but ended up changing my mind and instead fell back to sleep. I had nothing to do in the morning anyway. After all, I'd already finished most of my work. When I opened my eyes, it was already past noon. I slowly climbed out of bed, got dressed, and left the hotel. I spotted a restaurant designed like a ship as I made my way through the shopping district. I decided to drop in and have lunch there. I killed some time by reading the newspaper and listening to the radio. A young man in a suit and a middle-aged man wearing a knit cap entered the restaurant during that period. The young man finished the lunch he ordered and promptly left the restaurant. As for the man wearing the knit cap, he spent the afternoon reading a newspaper, leaving only when the sun began to set. When I was the only customer left, I spent some time having small talk with the waiter. After hearing the same story about the fishing grounds I'd heard from Takako the previous day, I finally left the restaurant myself, pocketing a box of matches they were handing out as an advertisement on my way out. I continued in the direction of the sea. As I walked along the long breakwater, I spotted some stairs leading down to the beach. A bit of sand found its way into my shoes as I got down, but I didn't mind. I spotted something shining in the sand. Picking it up, I realized it was the sea glass Takako showed me earlier. I looked around to find some other beads, green and blue, scattered all across the beach. Some of them had yet to get their edges fully chipped away by the sea. I picked up one bead and held it against the sun. It lit up in red. I felt like it'd be a waste to throw it away, so I slid it in my pocket. I walked along the beach until I reached the driftwood I'd previously only seen in the far distance when I began my journey. I glanced back at the town. The steps I took to the beach now looked tiny in the distance. I spent some time looking at the mountain, but I couldn't find the sanatorium. I lowered myself onto the driftwood and watched the orange sunset for a while, giving my exhausted legs some time to rest. I prodded the sand with my heels, absent-mindedly digging a hole underneath myself. I pulled out a file from my bag and removed a couple of papers from it. It was the medical record I pocketed at the consultation room, along with the few pages that were torn from the notebook Takako mentioned. I removed the pages from the medical record with a paper-cutting knife I found at the hotel. I ran my eyes over all of them one last time. The first page had a date written in a child's hand. Though it looked like a diary, the notebook went into detail about an illness and its treatment. It was a record of the first time I played doctor with Sachiko back in kindergarten. Below the text, there was a crayon picture of Narasaki investigating Takako's belly. Looking at it made me remember the good old days. I couldn't help but smile. I pulled out a matchbox from my pocket and lit up a match. The flame was quickly extinguished by the wind, but I managed to successfully light another one. I guided the little flame to the page. It spread against the white surface, burning the words in the picture. When it became too hot to hold, I'd let it fall into the hole I dug earlier. I burned one page after another. When I had only 2 pages left, I realized my hand had gotten transparent. It looked exactly like what happened to my friends back at the clinic. The orange light of the sun illuminated me like it did the sea glass mere moments before. I looked at my old friends in the picture that Takako said was empty. I remembered how she asked me what I was trying to do as I burned the last page. The only thing written on it was the phrase, "I'm sorry." It was the last thing Sachiko said to Takako, as well as one of the parts of her that I erased. I crossed my arms and watched the remnants of the page burn inside the hole. When everything turned to ash, I could feel myself getting lighter. I wasn't sure if it was my body or my mind, but it didn't feel as bad as I thought it would. After confirming that every page was burned beyond recognition, I threw the rest of the files into my bag into the campfire I made on the sand. I watched as the flames swallowed all the documents and the pictures attached to them. I stuck my hands in my pocket to realize I had sea glass in both of them. I took them out and compared the one I got from Takako to the one I found. The things sparkled in red, yellow, and blue, illuminating the sand below them. As the fire continued to soundlessly burn, I began to feel slightly lightheaded, almost as if I was somewhat tipsy. As an experiment, I tried remembering something from the old clinic. There was the little Sachiko, a rabbit, and a bear in the room. Sachiko was drawing a picture of everyone. Back in those days, Takako often came over to play as well. Although I could remember the rabbit and the bear, their names eluded me. That made me feel a bit sad. I lay down on the driftwood in case I might end up losing consciousness. As if to follow the course of the setting sun, I sluggishly began closing my eyelids and tried thinking about something pleasant. After a while, I lost the sensation of my body. Hibiki. A voice reverberated in my head like a bubble rising from the ocean. I can't sleep. I heard the sound of rustling clothes, along with the young Sachiko's voice. You'll fall asleep sooner or later if you keep your eyes closed. It's boring to stay still. Just pretend you're fishing. I've never fished in my life. Try imagining you're floating in the middle of the sea under the moonlight. How far is that from land? Very far. But you won't sink, so you have nothing to worry about. And what then? I floated in the middle of the ocean, swaying in the waves like a fishing rod's string as you watch the night sky. The sky above was without clouds, allowing a clear view of the moon and the stars. The calm water reflected the stars, making me feel almost like I was floating in outer space. What then? Then you can watch the stars. Huh? That's it? If I do that for long enough, a large fish will eventually rise from the depths and swim by my back over and over again. Then she'll open her big mouth and swallow me whole. And at that point, you'll already be asleep. After a few moments, the characteristically rhythmic breathing of undisturbed sleep reached my ears. The calm waves caressed my cheeks as I floated in the darkness. I could already feel the presence of a big fish beneath me. I was then swallowed by the waves. I started to feel cold as I descended into the bottomless void. I could no longer move. I felt neither my eyes nor my fingers. I simply kept sinking deeper and deeper. I was going down to the very bottom. Hibiki. I opened my eyes, reacting to that small, high-pitched voice. The dark waves drew away from me, and before I knew it, I was back on the beach again. A small girl ran toward me. Seizing my shoulders, she lifted my upper body from the driftwood. I finally found you! The young Sachiko was looking straight at me. What are you doing here? I was looking for you. Takako told me everything. I see. My head hurt a little as I turned my neck. That's because you slept in a weird place like this, said Sachiko, upon noticing me wince. Sachiko took my hand as I stood up, and brushed the sand off my hair and clothes. It'll be dark soon, we've gotta hurry, she said. I shook my still drowsy head and looked after her. She pulled me forward. I guess. Let's go. What kind of patients did you cure this time? Oh, I'll tell you once we get back to the clinic. We should grab something to eat in our way back. That sounds good. I'd like some crepes. You okay with the usual stand by the station? Of course. Let's go then. Yeah. It's not quite the same, but it's a Norasaki SeaBed card. It's a little different than before, but... I'm not bothering you, am I? Tell me if I am and I'll go straight to my hotel right away. Nanai fixed her slightly disheveled hair with one hand, as she sat on the sofa in the reception room. Fumi bought a tray with tea and snacks and began lining them up on the table. Hold on. Research. Interesting. She made a friendly smile when Nanai greeted her, then returned to the office. I was always wondering about that. I was never sure whether or not it was like something she was wearing or if it was a hem or what it was. But I think her, what is that? What's that called? Her top? It's not a camisole, I don't think. It's just not, it's a bit too small. I just always had put it off as being like, oh, it's like her shawl or whatever. Or like it's something that she's wearing. Was that Miss Fumi? She cast a wary look at the door through which Fumi left. I nodded. I said I had time on weekends, but I didn't expect you to come so early. Your office was next to the station, so I figured I'd drop by on my way to the hotel. I wanted to see where you work. I would have come to meet you if you'd told me. Nah, I already feel plenty awkward for bothering you at work. Oh, this is Monica, isn't it? And with rice cake, too. I love these things. Nanai tore the wrapping off one of the snacks Fumi brought and began happily chewing on it. As she finished, she began opening another. Her eyes wandered to a poster on the wall opposite of her. Did you draw that? Yeah, the other one was drawn by one of my coworkers, though. Are those your posters, too? Can I have a look? She pointed at a rolled-up poster lying on the cabinet. If you want to. Whoa, some of these are pretty darn cool. I really like this one. She showed me a blue poster with dolphins and a coral reefs in the background. How long does it take to make one? About a week. I see. Your job sounds kinda hard. I can't deny that, but I like it. Ever since I was little, I've never been that good at art. I like to draw, but it all looked like crap. So it feels kinda overwhelming to meet a person who can actually create something of actual worth. Only a handful of these things are worth anything, though. Really? For example? I'm not sure. But in my case, only the time spent with her remains forever ingrained in my mind. It fills me with strength, no matter how tough things get. They helped me find the correct path in my life. So next time, I'd want to convey those feelings and be the one to support someone else. I see. Nanai pulled out a few pamphlets from her bag. Many of them had scenic pictures, the kind you'd usually see at tourism agencies. Hey, I've never really been here before, so do you think you could show me around a bit over the weekend? I picked up one of the pamphlets and briefly inspected it. I doubt you'll have time for everything listed in here. What would you recommend then? How about this? Mixed in with all the pamphlets describing local areas, there is one with overseas destinations. I'm going overseas again next week to pick up some new furniture. A cruise along the Mediterranean Sea? How long of a trip are we talking about? Should take about a month, I'd say. And what about with your inn? It's not like we get many guests anyway. Auntie can handle it by herself. If I find an interesting postcard, I'll be sure to send it to you. I'd prefer something with beautiful scenery. I was just thinking about changing the postcards I have framed above my sink. The ship behind me sounded a horn as I shook Sanai's hands. Oh. Well then, I'll see you later sometime, I guess. The clerk responsible for the gates urged me to board. I'm sorry. What? May you have a good trip. I handed him my ticket and ascended to the deck. A shame Kozue didn't come to see us off. I turned to Mayako, who stood by me on the ship. Well, it's not like we're going to be away for that long. I suppose so. We walked along the deck, watching the receding port town. Isn't that our sanatorium? I honestly doubt you can see it from here. No, that's definitely it. Look, there's a red building over there. I can't see anything. I'm pretty sure it's there. We should contact the others the night we come back and tell them to turn on all the lights. That way we'll be able to judge whether or not it's really there, I'm sure. I really doubt Kozue would want to do all that for a stupid thing like this. I guess so. Still, this whole business about the trip came out of nowhere from you, said Mayako, holding down her hair. Hey, we made a promise, didn't we? What promise? A fierce wind blew across the deck, drowning out our voices. Don't think this will be the last place I'll take you to. I almost cannot wait. Ooh? When did we turn into a mobile game? When did we turn into a mobile game? I'm gonna let this... I always let the credits roll out for stuff, so... We'll let this sit. I guess they're gonna show it to us chronologically? No. Well, maybe. Yeah, I think this might still be chronologically, actually. I was thinking we didn't see the classroom one, but I don't think there was actually a CG for that. Finn. Just in case this isn't going to CG stuff, I want to have my SeaBed Finn picture. Well, Tips 4. Inverse C. A holiday in the sanatorium has been unlocked. Extra CGs have been added to the library. Aha, that's what I was worried about. That's what I was worried about. The game just being like, oh, now just bonus ones we're going to put in the library. And that we didn't actually have 2 more pages left. I was really worried that it was actually going to be like, haha, there's actually only 3 more CGs, we're just going to add them all in at the end. So, I'm going to... Actually, I could skip through this. Now that this is here, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and we can look at this new stuff and discuss the game. So I will see you all real quick. Did somebody say Chug Jug Shao? Did somebody say Chug Jug Shao? Nobody said Chug Jug Shao. Unfortunate. I'm back. We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, you got to get down. Welcome back. Welcome back. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Takako just died. So let's look at our gallery first. I said Chug Jug Shao. Okay, so I'm still missing pages. I'm still missing pictures. Okay. Oh! Aw, isn't that great? These are probably from the last tips. These last 6 are probably from the tips because it's thing. So here's Kozue. Here's Sachiko and Takako. Here's that initial one we saw in the clinic. Here's them at school. Here's Sane and Takako over at the waterfall. This is Sachiko sitting on the thing that we saw. This is one of the backgrounds, I believe. This is Sachiko reading her book when they went on vacation at the very beginning in the prologue. This is the tips chapter. It's either tips or chapter select screen. This is one of the other screens also is the ending. And then obviously this is SeaBed. And this is the other like set of backgrounds that have Sachiko and Takako in them. And then this is the Narasaki background. I think this is a new one that's separate. I don't think this was used in anything. And this is the one that we just have at the start. So, if we go a couple things, I guess. First, oops. Unmute Elgato. Yeah, so obviously this is, oh yeah, the setting screen. So this is the two, this is that one that we got, Narasaki. The rest are backgrounds. Yeah. Okay. It didn't give me an option to save. It didn't give me the dignity of having a cleared save file. So I guess the first thing I want to talk about is that little Kozue looked very similar to little Sachiko. They looked pretty much exactly the same except for their hair color, which was something that Narasaki brought up of how she reminded her of Sachiko when she was younger, and I just always assumed it was her attitude, like it was just her personality and everything like that. But no, they're almost identical. Their hair is the same, their clothing is the same. Oops. No, their hair is the same, their clothing are the same, it's just different hair color. So I noticed that, I just didn't want to bring it up. I didn't want to like mention it while we were going through like the epilogue ending. I wasn't gonna just start talking about it. Also, I realized like immediately after I said, oh, I'm gonna be so upset if it turns out that like Takako really is dead and all this is just like the Takako inside Sachiko's heart and all this other stuff like that, and Narasaki's the doll, and in the train she's leaving it behind, she's forgetting things because she left the doll, and Narasaki's still at the hotel, she's there, she's leaving like that part of her life behind, and all this other stuff, blah 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 blah. She's like putting the idea, I guess, of Narasaki to rest, and I was gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna be so upset when we find out that Takako's actually just fully dead and all this other stuff. And I knew that, like, immediately after I said that and I continued the game, that was gonna happen. Somehow I knew. Because it'd be too much of a twist to suddenly backpedal so far and just have them be like, no, they're actually alive. And then when they had the whole, when Takako was like, I remember hearing that people when someone dies, they continue on in your mind, and they stay in your mind and your heart, and that's where they go. At that point I was like, bruh. And then she started talking about how she was gonna, if Sachiko died, she would, always remember Sachiko, she'd always keep her in her heart, and that In her heart, she would live in a wonderful world, in a nice port town, a nice hotel at a port town that was nice and quiet, where she could read books and relax, filled with wonderful, nice people. And then the other thing with that, so I was just like, bruh, okay. Narasaki was in fact the doll. She burned away the picture, she burned away the drawing, and all the other stuff. And I guess that explains Lily being so cryptic with Narasaki, and I guess the same kind of way of like Nanai just kind of conveniently was never around for her. And that, I guess the thing that I'm still confused about, maybe we'll see it in tips, but I'd say the one thing that I'm still very confused about is Kozue. Like, I'm still very confused about Kozue. She has been such a strange part of this game. She's been such a weird constant. Like, she's been such a weird constant between the two storylines. And I know nothing. I've learned nothing about her. Kozue is one of the tricky ones to grapple with. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I understand pretty much everything except Kozue. This is the only other thing that like I don't really understand, but that's mainly because I don't understand Kozue, and I've got two working ideas of how it goes, and one of them, which one is correct and which one I'm gonna continue thinking and like believing is fully dependent on what's going on with Kozue. So I guess we check out tips 4. Hopefully those fill in the remaining 6 CGs I need. And maybe give me some more information. Sounds like a plan. I've done all these, right? Yeah. Ah, it's so bright. I switched the tongs with my left hand and brushed the sweat off my forehead with my right. The vast blue sea extended under the blue sky as far as the eye could see. Is this the filler episode? I could feel- is this the 13th episode OVA? I could feel the fierce sunlight and the heat of the reddening charcoal against my skin. Is it working? Mayako took a peek inside the grill. Charcoals finally started to glow, I said as I continued to fan the thing. Do you want to try cooking something? Mayako picked up one of the boiled corns we brought with us. I think we need more charcoal. The last time I tried this, it went out right away. Is that really the charcoal that's to blame, though? Or is the gang all here? Sanai's grill is working just fine. Sanai decided to be our chef for the day, and started cooking rice at a canteen a bit further away. Huh? Seriously? I turned around, my eyes meeting Sanai's. Is something wrong? You're using the same charcoal as me, right? I think so. I took it from there. She pointed at the charcoal bag by the cooler box. That really is the same one. And maybe the top got moist or something. Narasaki did the charcoal part for me, so maybe she knows how it works. When I returned to get our bags to get some fresh charcoal and the fire starter, Narasaki and Kozue passed me. The former was pulling the latter by the hand. Where are you taking me? Seems like it's gonna take more time. Let's go for a quick swim in the meantime. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the table we asked Kozue to handle had already been neatly set. The cups on the table even had our names on them. You can go if you want, but it'd be nice if you could prepare the kebabs while I try to figure out how to get the fire started. Oh. I took out a skewer from the cooling box and showed it to them. The meat and vegetables are with Mayako. Okay, fine. Excuse me, said Kozue, taking a skewer from me. I asked Narasaki to help me with the grill. When Narasaki rearranged the charcoal, it lit up in seconds. I see, so it's better to stack them vertically. Heat always rises up, so it's best to arrange the charcoal in a way that makes it easiest for it to travel. If you do it well enough, you won't even need to fan it. You're pretty knowledgeable about this stuff. I read about it in some book. I lined up the charcoal so I could better control the flame, then put a wire gauze on the grill and tried grilling one piece of meat. I could hear it sizzle. Oh! I let out an excited shout. I glanced at Mayako and Kozue preparing the kebabs. The grill's ready. Mayako nodded. She and Kozue brought over the skewers. Sanae approached us as well, eager to watch. Well, let's start cooking then. Hey, wait a second. While I was contemplating how to best order the skewers in the grill to get them evenly roasted, Kozue began grilling her kebab by herself. What do you want? Just so you know, there's an unwritten rule in these parts that seniors get the first bite while the youngsters wait their turn, so... Hey, are you even listening to me? Kozue put another kebab on the grill while I was talking. I prepared one for everyone. This one's Mayako's, and those are Narasaki's, and Sanae's. This one's yours. By the time she finished, 5 kebabs had already been placed in the grill. They all had bite-sized pieces of sweet pepper, shiitake mushrooms, onions, chicken, and paprikas skewered on them. They all seemed to follow the same order, looking pretty colorful and nice. Now we're talking, Narasaki exclaimed. Kozue's kebabs, still in the wire gauze, looked and sounded amazing. Am I imagining this, or is there almost no meat on my kebab compared to the others? I put the same amount on all of them. Did you season them? Yes. Oh, yes, with salt and pepper, said Mayako. Narasaki asked what everyone wanted to drink, then moved to the table and filled all our cups before bringing them back to us. After confirming it was cooked just right, I picked up my kebab. I gave everyone an eye signal and raised a toast. I bought these kebabs purely on a whim during a shopping trip, but it turned out to be a good decision. They tasted really good. After finishing my first one, I started putting one ingredient after another on my skewer, pretty much randomly, eating as much as I could. The cheese fondue Mayako made was also delicious. Out of nowhere, she placed some camembert cheese on the aluminum foil and melted it on the grill. I figured it was safe to call my first barbecue party in a long while a resounding success. Meat's done! I'd long since lost count of how many plates I sent to the others. When I was about to offer Mayako another plate, she'd refused, claiming she'd already eaten more than enough. The plate in Sanae's hand still looked almost completely packed with food. Kozue refused to eat anything after feeling herself with cheese fondue, and was already on her way to the beach with Narasaki for another swim. She must have taken a liking to being pulled around in her floating ring. Oh, she's got floaties. I played with her too, but ended up pulling her too far from the shore, and we got swept away by a huge wave. Getting back to shore was quite the adventure. After that, she never let me near her floating ring ever again. Well, I guess I'll eat all the rest on my own then. I moved the onions and chicken onto my own plate. Is that it? There's no way that's it. SeaBed. Do 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 do. Those remind me of the amethysts in Minecraft. Tips in verse C. The sea where the sun sets in the east has been. I was gonna say that has to unlock the next one. So if we figure 1 CG per tip, we've got 5 more, because we got 6, and we just got 1. 6 left, we just got 1, so each tip has 1, 5 more tips. Ugh, I ate too much. I got a little carried away this time. Also, if we're just gonna do Takako talking, I'm just gonna normalize and just have Takako be my normal voice, if she's the narrator. This feeling of bitter regret made me remember the few times I visited an all-you-can-eat restaurant. I seriously overestimated my poor stomach's capacity. Are you okay? Mayako brought me a drink. I'm feeling better. I took a sip from the water bottle she handed me. I really was feeling better now, just like I'd said. Still, it didn't seem like I'd be able to do any swimming today. Where are all the others? At the beach, playing. I glanced toward the shoal in the distance and could make out 3 figures playing volleyball at the beach, with what looked like my ball. They seem to be having fun. Mayako smiled. Too bad you can't join them, huh? I'm just glad they can enjoy this at least. Coming to the sea this year was a good idea. I nodded in agreement. Overseas trips are great, but sometimes the coolest places can be found right under your nose. Right under my nose? I spent a few minutes gazing at the sea with Mayako, then slowly stood up. Where are you going? Just for a walk. I feel like it might help my stomach. She's talking about your flesh? She is talking about my flesh. Sometimes the best places really are penguin plushies. Wanna join me? I'll look after the bags here. Okay. Anyway, I'll be off then. I might do a little inflection for Takako. I can differentiate her voice with how she talks. I began walking toward the shoreline. The soothing sough of the waves and the pleasantly light breeze made me forget the heaviness in my stomach. It also reminded me of a tongue twister. She sells seashells down by the seashore. I'm gonna look up. There's a full version of that, I believe. Isn't there a extended version of that? Yeah. She sells seashells down by the seashore. The shells she sells are seashells, I'm sure. So if she sells seashells down by the seashore. The shells she sells are seashells, I'm sure. So if she sells seashells on the seashore, then I'm sure she sells seashore shells. I knew that there was a longer version of that. People usually just do the first line. It didn't take long to reach the end of the small beach. It was cut off by the protruding cape, forming a small cliff. The shallow reef at its bottom seemed to have continued all the way to the opposite shore. I looked behind me, but Mayako and the others were too far away for me to make out. Overtaken by a sudden adventurous impulse, I climbed down the little cliff and continued down the shallow reef toward the other side. The other side picnic? My path grew wider the further I went. I'm taking a picture of this. As I closed in on the cape, the waves beating against it splashed against my face. I gazed at the sea from that position. There was not a single soul in sight. I braced myself for another splash in the face, but no other big waves seemed to be coming. The only thing caressing my cheeks was the calm sea breeze. Suddenly, I felt like I spotted someone on the other side of the cape. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the person in question. Oh. Do-dong, doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Why did that? It looked like a Pokemon battle intro when they spin around in the two trainers. A moment later, the person had already vanished, as well as my vision due to the blinding light of the screen. I blinked a few times, but I was still blinded by the light. Must have been my eyes playing tricks on me. After spending some more time gazing at the beautiful scenery, I decided to make my way back to the others. Sachiko would eventually come here, and when she did, I had to be ready. After all, she did this all for me. All for you, all is your whim. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I've been had. I've been had. What? Wait, hold on. I think I've been had. I think I've been bamboozled. I've been had. I've been bamboozled. I've been done in. Oh, could you not? Look at her face. She's like so, just like... Oh! Tips 5. River stones. Organizing the books have been unlocked. Nice job. Task failed successfully. That was a complete coincidence. That was a complete coincidence. No need to be so modest. No, I was just like, oh, I'll click on it, why not? I found Sanae before the entrance to the library, holding a cardboard box. I snuck up to her and looked at her through the small hole of my instant camera. And the moment she put her box on the ground in front of the door, I pressed the shutter button. Hello, Takako. Hiya. Is that a camera? Sanae looked at the thing I was holding. She then adjusted her glasses and looked at the woods behind me. Mayako asked me to take some photos of the surroundings, I said, as I spun the camera's gears. What will she use them for? What was it again? Oh, I think she said something about calendars or pamphlets? I see, said Sanae, seemingly contemplating what I just said with a downcast look. What about you? She glanced back at me. I pointed at the cardboard box and asked what was in it. Some new books, she answered while opening the door. A smile had crept onto her lips before she continued. Could you help me out here? I put the camera in my pocket. Careful, it's heavy, she added as I picked up the box. She wasn't kidding. I had to keep myself from whining about it. Could you bring it up? Sure thing. Thank you. Hey, no sweat. Consider it payment for being a model. As I walked into the library, Sanae silently closed the door behind me. With the heat of the outside blocked off, I was suddenly enveloped by a pleasant coolness and the smell of dry paper. Sanae then headed towards the staircase in the far left. I promptly followed. Through the open cover of the box, I could see many books of various sizes and colors. Got anything good in here? I'm not sure. I haven't read them yet. I thought you only got those on order. Wait, I thought you only got these on... Oh, yeah. Some we do, yes. Sanae went up the fossil-like spiral staircase. I bent my back and followed her, making sure to watch my every step. The black steps creaked under my feet. I also have material sent to me from all across the town. This time was no different, it seems. I got books from many different sources. Some were from secondhand bookstores, others were donations from ardent collectors. I see. We climbed the stairs to the second floor and stepped into a narrow hallway. The light from the windows shone upon some smaller cardboard boxes lining the wall a short way ahead of us. Phew. I placed the large box I'd been carrying next to the other two. The carpeted halls was curving along the roundish walls of the library. Looking over the handrails, I saw the entrance hall below. It was all gloomy and dark, despite it being noon. I suddenly remembered the water tank on the roof of the apartment building I'd lived in when I was little. This one time, I'd raised its cap-like cover, moved it to the side, and took a peek. It appeared completely dark inside, but when I brought my face closer, I noticed that the surface of the water was a lot closer than I had initially thought, and had a fresh sparkle into it. That finally made my young mind realize that this was the tank for storing clean water. Thank you, said Sanae. She took some books from the box and began placing them on the shelves. I'll help with that too. Should I put it here? Oh, yes, please. I'm taking these to storage, so you take care of the books from the box you brought. Is there an order to them, by the way? Well... Have you ever heard of the Dewey Decimal System, Takako? If not, I'll handle that later. For now, just put them on the shelves. Alright. I took out some large hardcover books from the box and put them on the shelves. At my side, I saw the spines of the books Sana had already placed. I followed her example. The wind made the wooden frame of the window rattle. What were you taking photos of outside? Just the nearby lake and the viewing platform. Did you manage to get any good shots? Sorta, I guess. Oh, and by the way, I saw the bones of some large animal on my way back. Bones? It was probably a deer, but I took some pictures so I could look it up later. I see. I wanted to take photos of cicadas, but I couldn't find any. Cicadas? Yeah, you know, Ming cicadas. The ones that make noses? Yeah, the uncrowned king of all cicadas, don't you think? Mm-hmm, Sana agreed. She then added, I don't know much about them, but you often hear their cries in TV shows and commercials. They always make me feel like it's summer. Exactly. I love how they look, especially those pretty green patterns in their black base and their cool-looking transparent wings. I've never seen the real thing, but I feel like that was the exact coloring of this one cicada I saw in an encyclopedia once. Some of them don't even have a black base, right? I don't know. Are you sure they're the same species? I am. There are types where coloring isn't as pronounced. I think it was different depending on where they're from. I'd love to see that. I'll try finding that encyclopedia then. If it gives us a location, we should go look for them next summer. Oh my, good idea. It looked as though Sanai had broken into a faint smile. I don't think Mayako would want photos of bones and bugs, though. Really? I took a bunch of books from the box. They were about the same size. The spine said it was a trilogy. The cover had a poster color like coloring and a person standing on a shoreline, drawn in simple lines. I looked at the spine again. Apparently, this was a really old mystery novel series. I put them all on the shelves. Is that it? Yes, the other boxes go to storage, said Sana as she folded the empty box. She skillfully put it in one of the boxes destined for storage. We then took one each and descended the same spiral staircase we used to come up. When we reached the first floor, Sanai placed her box down in front of the door on the opposite side and slid a hand in her pocket, producing a set of keys. As she messed around with the keys, I found it somewhat hard to make out her figure. Before I realized it, the library had become a bit darker. Gray had covered the skylight above, and lines of light were faintly soaking through. I heard on the radio we're getting a typhoon on the weekend. They say it's gonna be a big one, too. Are you okay? Bust a wolf! Here comes a big one! Sana unlocked the door, picked up her backpack up, and went inside. A faint "oh" escaped her lips. Oh, this is the thing from earlier. She then put the box under her knee, held it up from above with one hand, and used the other to press the switch on the wall. What do we got here? What do we got here? I'm gonna look in OBS because, once again, bad monitor. The gates of camped something. The marshal. The human boy. Late null or dull. A Christmas wreck, crack deck, and something. Otia, Albie Wills, Haley Wills, Limdix Night? Food of the Gods, 12 Stories in the Dream. Mankind is the nun, the human, I don't know. Fire and Sword, West Horizon. I bet these are, I wonder if these, I assume these are all real books. Oh. Gail Hessman's Dew of something something. Where do the strange trails go down? Where the strange trails go down. Beyond the dark door, light started to flicker and turn on, faintly illuminating the bottom of the staircase. This goes here, Sanai muttered as she put the books where they belonged, bending, reaching, using a stool, and holding books under her arm. When she was out of books, she took some out of the box I was holding. The bookshelves here were plain but very tall. There were bare light bulbs between them. There's so many books here. Indeed, said Sanai as she walked between the shelves. It's not an easy task organizing them all. Does anyone even read these? The library visitors do, occasionally. I nodded as I looked at the weak, sparkler-like lights at the end of the bookshelves. Isn't this still a bit much? That's why we have a storage. I see, I finally said after a moment of thinking. We diligently continued organizing the books in the dim light of the room. Watching Sanai work, I thought back to that water tank again. So I assume this is all like post, this is like kind of like an epilogue kind of thing. But I wonder if we're ever gonna pick up anything. If we're ever going to follow up on that whole Sachiko thing. In the apartment building I'd lived in when I was little, there were 3 children my age, and we got along like siblings. Looking back at it, it was probably rare for there to be so many children of the same age in a single apartment building. I could also clearly remember that the place was made of concrete. The 3 entrances on the front were all wire-reinforced glass doors with black square handles. Beyond the doors there was a wall with light green painted mailboxes. The floor was tiled, and I could vaguely remember that part of its pattern was missing. The staircase ahead was zigzaggy and led to a joint entryway. Turning around and going up the next staircase would put you on floor 1.5, from where you could see the outside, and going up again would put you in another joint entryway. This repeated until the very top. There was no hallway connecting the staircases, meaning that if you played tag or hide and seek and ran in, you'd be cornered at the topmost floor. However, there were more floors for the leftmost staircase, so it'd be a pain to be it. The top floor had no entryway. Instead, there was a door leading to the roof, and a round open hole in the ceiling. The door was always locked, and you could see absolutely nothing through the hole because it was so dark. On the rough concrete wall, there was also a rusted ladder made of neatly bent metal rods. It led into the hole into the ceiling. Sanai picked up the last of the books. After that, I proceeded to fold up the now empty cardboard box. Sanai looked at the labels, then followed the bookshelf on the right, pointing at and checking the books there before stopping and getting on the stool. I put the folded box under my arm, walked past her, and grabbed hold of the knob in the door there. It was locked and wouldn't budge. Takako? Sanai called out from behind me. You can't go in there, she continued. Oh, okay. Well, let's go get the other boxes, she said as she turned right and returned to the hallway. I followed after her. Once at the entrance to the storage, I took the cardboard box on the desk and we both went back to the shelves. Say, doesn't this library remind you of a water tank? A water tank? Sanai asked, emphasizing the words. You mean those water supply tanks they have in buildings? Yeah. I wouldn't say it does. I knew it. Where did that come from, anyway? Standing in the library reminded me of a water tank I saw back when I was little. When you were little? Yeah, there was a water tank on the roof of the apartment building I lived in. I remembered the first time I saw it. Why were you there? There was a hole in the highest floor of the apartment building. I was curious, so I went up. The hole was just about big enough for a single person to fit through, and the ladder had been hammered in right in front of the hole, clearly to allow people to get to it. It was so high that even an adult would have to use a stepladder to reach it. I had the bright idea of getting on the staircase railing and jumping to the ladder from there. My elbows and knees hit the wall, but I was able to grab onto the ladder and hang onto it. After some swinging against the wall, I got up higher until I was able to put my legs on the ladder too. I began to climb up, scraping off bits of old paint and rust along the way. After I had made my way through the hole, I quickly hit a round metal cover. Pushing it with one hand made it move a bit. I planted my feet on a higher step, put my back against the wall, and pushed on the cover as hard as I could. It was as heavy as a submarine hatch, but as much as it squeaked, I was able to open it. I put my hands on the edge of the open cover and crawled out of the hole. After sitting down and taking a breather, I cleaned off the bits of metal on my clothes and looked up. I saw a tall, gray metal plate surrounding me, as well as some clouds in the sky. I realized that I was between the four boards that had the name of the apartment building on the outside. You could clearly see it from the outside. Within that dice-like structure, there was a large tank on 3 concrete platforms. You haven't changed much since then, have you? Well, I'm pretty much curiosity personified. So, what was about that tank? I was wondering why I remembered it. I wouldn't know that. I thought it had something to do with its shape. You want to know what brought the memory out? It was nostalgic. Got me curious. I see. Once out of the library, I breathed in through my nose and exhaled through my mouth. After locking it behind me, Sana expressed her gratitude. Well, this ended up being expensive. After a short silence, she smiled softly and said, "Please do it through the office next time." I will. Beyond the stepping stones, I saw the back door to the sanatorium. Through the windows in each floor, I could see the hallways and ceilings. No one was walking through any of them. It's almost dinner time. Got any plans for later? I'm not sure. Sana slid her arms through the cardigan she had on her shoulders and put her key in her pocket. What about you? I still have some film left, so I'm gonna go back through the scenic route. Can I come with you then? Of course. Sana walked up to me and we both got on the path north of the library. The path led to a grove and the surroundings became darker. We walked up a leafy, gentle slope and then went down a set of stairs in the middle. The simple stone stairs were zigzagging and there was a giant boulder dug up at the turn. I jumped on it with one leg and stopped in place. Upon turning around, I saw Sanae walking down the stairs in an orderly manner while looking at me. Be careful. I held out my hand to her, but she politely refused it, and instead extended her slender legs to stand alongside me. The chilly evening wind rattled the branches above. Mixed with the sound, I could hear water flowing below. After taking 2 turns, we left the grove. Past the stairs, we walked on a trodden path. Beyond it, there was a rusty fence with a creek flowing behind it. Further beyond that creek, we saw a steep cliff, bearing its rocky surface. What a nice view. Yeah. Are you not going to take photos? I hummed as I reached in my pocket and touched the camera's gear with my thumb. There's a lot of samey stuff around these parts. Guess I'll walk around some more. That's true, said Sana as she walked toward the sanatorium. We followed along the creek, eventually spotting the vivid evening sky, lit up by the setting sun peeking out from between the mountains. Gently drifting clouds pockmarked its canvas. It felt as though the sun was hiding somewhere behind the mountains. The far-reaching, peach-like hue of the evening sky gradually changed its color where it kissed the mountains. Is the sunset always this color? The sky beyond the 2 mountains ahead of the river was the gold of freshly served beer. It's so pretty, isn't it? Sanai looked up and adjusted her glasses. It is. It reminded me of some other sunsets I'd seen. I'd seen surprisingly few of them, but one of them was the one I'd seen next to the water tank. I had a feeling I'd gone up there after school and waited for the sun to set. The memory of that scene above the submarine-like hatch had faded a bit, but I recalled how well the golden evening sun suited that square. I hear that another typhoon is coming, said Sanai. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Aren't those things related? Maybe? But the typhoon won't hit this area. I heard it on the radio. I see. As we walked, watching the sunset, I felt like I hadn't been alone on that rooftop. I tried naming the people I knew there. It felt like they were all the wrong pieces of the puzzle. It's getting cold. Saying that, Sanai rubbed her hands together. Should we take a bath before dinner? I'd love to. We passed an aged metal bridge on the path leading to the sanatorium. After turning at a gentle curve, I saw light coming from the sanatorium ahead of the darkened path. The color of that sunset was so strange. If only I could have gotten a better look at it. You could have taken a photo of it. Right. But I feel like that'd just make us so relaxed, we'd end up forgetting about it. That's true. I closed my eyes and drew a mental image of what I'd just seen. I'm sure you'll remember it someday. I hope so. And how about this? I'll ask you about it every now and then. That way you won't forget it. I opened my eyes and saw Sanai looking at me. That is, if I remember it myself, of course, she added. Yeah, that'd be nice. I responded with a smirk. Sanai, in turn, squinted and gave me a smile of her own. SeaBed. Is that it? Well, that was a little disappointing that we never got any follow-up. We got that little tease, and then we never got any follow-up on Sachiko. Yep. That's it. I'm very excited. I'm very happy about this. This is so much content. There were 2 scenes for bonuses. Those 2 scenes were bonuses added for the Switch version. Aha! Aha! I saw reviews on Steam talking about how there was bonus stuff for the Switch version. And I was like, I knew I made the right choice getting the Switch version. I knew I made the right choice by snagging this bad boy for like 2 cents. It was on sale. It was on like super sale. It's like what? $12, $14? But it was like 99 cents when I got it. It was like a 95% sale. And I was just like, well, I gotta buy it. I gotta buy it. I had it in my wish list for a long time. And I was like, I gotta buy it. I gotta buy it. It'd been sitting there for a couple months, and I was like, I gotta buy it. I mean, there's never gonna be a better chance to buy this game. Best decision. Best decision. Okay, so I will say too, now that we've like finished the game, I think I understand like pretty much everything that happened in the game. But one thing I would like clarification on, if there's like any sort of like concrete like explanation, is what is going on with Kozue? What is going on with Kozue? She's everywhere. She's everywhere. What is happening? What happens with Kozue? Narasaki has talked to her. If it makes you feel better, everyone's confused about it on the first playthrough. Yeah, I assumed. There was nothing in this game that gave me like a eureka, like I understand everything now. But and we got this too. This is actually what makes me more confused about Kozue. This part is what makes me confused about Kozue. But like, Narasaki talked to Kozue, Nanai talked to Kozue, Lily talked to Kozue, Mayako talked to Kozue. Not Sanai talked to Kozue. Like, literally everybody except Inakai and Fumi have talked to Kozue. And the new lady that they hired to take over Takako's position that was mentioned one time and then never brought up ever again. Also, I assume that this scene was just to be a little bit of, it was just supposed to be a little bait, right? I assume this was just supposed to be some bait and that nothing actually happens. Because we didn't get anything, we never got anything out of what happened, so I assume that's just like some bonus like stuff at the end. That's one of the most discussion spawning bits of who is Kozue, what is Kozue. Okay, so no, that final scene, there's no 100% theories, different explanation, different theories, I have my own. The final scene, okay. Okay, so this is actual research. Ribbons, and it's ribbons on top, okay. Kozue actually has an explanation with enough digging. Interesting. Okay, this is something to satisfy my own curiosity. This is something to satisfy my own curiosity. Okay. Okay. Are there any other pictures of Sachiko with her swimsuit? Okay, this is... Okay, no, they are different swimsuits. Okay, they are different swimsuits. I was just gonna say, I saw Mayako's. I'm happy to theorycraft in detail, but can do that on Discord or something too if you don't want the stream to take forever. What did you think of the game overall? I thought it was a very good game. I talked about it yesterday. About how excited I was to play SeaBed today, because originally playing SeaBed, I did not like this game. Like, I thought it was interesting. I thought it was nice enough to buy it on sale, but still enough to like be like, oh, I should buy this. But I did not really like this game at the start. That's why I chose to stream it, because I had tried to play this before on my own. How far did you play? I didn't play very far back then. I didn't play that far. I didn't even get through the prologue. I don't remember. The prologue is long? Yeah. It was just that it always surprises people. Yeah, it was so long. Thank you for the hydrate, Tofu. And not knowing who was talking made it really, like, tedious to get through on my own. Because I would just sit there, like, mashing the A button. I think it's actually a good thing that I am streaming it, reading it aloud, because when I was doing it on my own, I was just reading it in my head, and I was just mashing the A button, going through all the dialogue, just like, alright, yep. And I was just like, who's talking? Who's talking? There's no indication, or there's very little indication of who's talking. The game's a really slow burn, but I just love all the details turn out important, and you can theorycraft about stuff almost endlessly. Yeah, that was one thing I noticed. There were a lot of callbacks, a lot of like things to early, even like through the stream, and because of how spaced apart they were. All the things that went through... So obviously I played this in quite possibly one of the least optimal ways to play it, once every week. But all the little things that were brought up again from like the prologue, the very beginnings of the prologue and all this stuff here, the things that kept recurring, or things that characters would say that would come up again. Yeah, those were cool. But yeah, if there's like, if you want to like text dump me in a DM, it accelerates towards the end a lot though. I ended up reading like the last few chapters in a row, couldn't put it down and finished at like 4 a.m. and it's hard to sleep after that. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Well, I will say, it's nice how the game definitely has an ending, but I am a little disappointed that it doesn't really have like a nice, clean, clear-cut ending. But what can you do? What can you do? But no, if you wanna like text dump in a Discord DM, or if there's like some sort of put together like comprehensive SeaBed explanation guide or something, like how there's like the Yorishiko master lists. Do I have a Discord? I do. I don't think I have a command for it. But if somebody is faster than me on getting the link, I don't think there is, at least in English. Well, that's kind of an L. There are various long write-ups about it. Yeah, I'm not really here to do the investigating at this point. I'm here to do the knowing. I'm not here to go digging. I'm here to have answers. And I would like to know. Oh, now I'm looking at your name at Twitch, and now it says now it's yellow. So one of your names is green, one of them's purple, or one of them's like pink, and one of them's yellow. Love that Twitch. Love that Twitch. You can't just if someone doesn't set their name to a specific color, can't you just make it consistent? I bet everything's like dying too while I'm trying to get this link. Oh. Hello. Hello. Are we back? Are we back? I don't know why this is such a problem, because I'm not even running anything else. Just an ad? Thoughts? No. No. Stream died. Yeah. Now it's back. Twitch hit us with the pre-roll. Yeah, yeah. It was not an ad. It was not an ad. If you got an ad, it's because the stream just started again, and Twitch decided that it's time to do another one. I can give you a TLDR of some stuff you wanted on stream. Yeah, if you could give me a... Oh, I pinged everybody in Nate's server too. Oh no. I feel so bad about how often this happens. I feel so bad about how often, because he has a thing that like pings people when other people start streaming, and I always feel so bad because sometimes my stream will just die randomly, and when I restart it, it just pings everybody again. But yeah, if I could get a TLDR on some ideas about the ending, and then some confirmation or like some answers about Kozue, that'd be fine for stream. And then if Tofu or anybody, actually I can just grab about Kozue, gotta start with the basic cast to the sanatorium. Okay. Let me see if I can grab a link. Just, I don't know why. Invite people. Server invite link. Okay. There we go. Yay, a new Discord link. A new link for the Discord. Oh, I guess that's the Discord server, not my... Excuse me. Not my Discord, but I'm in the Discord. So... No, but I'm in the Discord, so... I know, I'm just very interested in what this really all means. I thought that maybe they were going to subvert some expectations that I had, and some of them definitely were. There are some twists I definitely didn't see coming. Definitely didn't see the twist with Narasaki until later on. And I've made various claims about various things, somewhat similar to the ending, but but I've walked them back so many times, so I'm not gonna say that I claimed anything about the ending. Mayako and Sanae are both basically different versions of Sachiko. Sanae is the bookworm, introverted high school version, and Mayako is the 28-year-old nurse personality who took care of Takako before her death. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and then I guess Kozue then is like a kind of like child talk, like filling in the role, I guess, if you see those three stages. The riddle of the Sphinx. Yeah. Kozue is like sort of the little version. It's like childhood Sachiko. But then Kozue is also like a real person, I guess. Or like meeting Kozue at the inn reminded Sachiko of her child version. Ah. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Yeah. And without Narasaki realizing, that spawned her in the sanatorium too. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. So she's in both, yeah, because... So she's real, she's just like also... But they're both different Kozues. Yeah. Check the CG for Kozue and Narasaki at the beach. Yeah. Is this... Da-da-da-da-da? Oh, thank you, Stream Elements. Look, it's a 4-leaf clover hairpin. Yeah. See the hairpin in their hair. Yeah. It's the little 4-leaf clover. It's the present Takako gave. Ah. I might have at Christmas. Oh. Yeah, that's something I probably might have remembered if I hadn't played these weeks apart, and if the Christmas screen... You can see her wearing it after that and her sprite too. Okay, let me go back and through these, because... The Christmas one was, I think, 3 weeks or a month ago, so there's definitely no way I remembered any of that. Oh yeah, there it is. I think I noticed it at the time. I think I noticed that she had it on her for like this scene. I don't think I ever registered it after the fact, because we then like stopped interacting with Kozue, and so when Narasaki first sees her when she wakes up at the beach, she just sees her as a young Sachiko, hence the different hair color. Ah, I see. Perspective. And then this is Kozue in the real world, who doesn't have it because she never got it. It's the first time she sees Kozue on that side, yeah. Yeah, and then here's the hairpin again. Yeah. I might have picked that up if it wasn't... I think it was 3 weeks or a month since the Christmas episode. So, it's been a little bit. Just a little bit. But that makes a lot of sense. And that explains, like, the whole, like, Narasaki always being like, oh, Kozue reminds me so much of you. And then Sachiko goes, oh, but does she? It's one of those things that's a lot easier to parse in a second playthrough. Yeah, the little details. Especially because Kozue appears on both sides. Yeah, it gets very confusing. That was the thing that I was always confused about, is I had so many ideas of what this could mean. 2 alternate times, 2 alternate universes. There's even a scene where Narasaki meets the sanatorium Kozue earlier, but doesn't realize it. Yeah, that was something that I always wondered about. There were times where I don't know, it was like always things where I had ideas about what was happening, but Kozue never made sense to me as to like how could Kozue be at both places? And like why would she be back? And why would she be out? But no. Okay. So basically what you're saying is it's an ambiguous ending and there's no real ending and I get to believe whatever I want? Is that what you're saying here? Is that what you're saying? Is that what's happening? Basically, yeah? Okay, cool, cool. Well, I'm just gonna ignore the actual ending then. I'm ignoring the actual ending. Some look at it in a more supernatural light. Of like the alternate, yeah. Others just psychological. Okay, yeah, so what I always went on was it was just like, it was always like a psychological thing. That was my main thing, but Narasaki and Kozue is always what like really messed me up. I was like, maybe it is supernatural because of Kozue and Narasaki, but having that explained makes a lot more sense. So I'm still gonna go with it being psychological. That's what I'm gonna go with, as like the actual story. A sort of like red versus blue-esque memory is the key kind of scenario. But regardless of what actually happens in the story, since I get to make up whatever I want to, since I get to make up whatever ending I want based on what happened, I'm just gonna say that it's supernatural and that they can still meet again, and that Takako might be dead, but she's not really gone, and she can still talk to Takako, and they can still travel together, and they are living in, they are all in some sort of, parallel universe kind of weird alternate world thing, so it's all good. You can explain everything with a psychological view, but I'm slightly leaning towards there being some supernatural elements in my old years. Yeah, I definitely could see some of that. Like, especially this part, when Sachiko specifically talks about how it doesn't feel like a hallucination, and Narasaki saying how, yeah, you can link both worlds, it's just not good. After previously saying that Sachiko could live inside of her own mind, inside her own consciousness with little Takako, with no ill effects, and how it would be perfectly okay for her to do that if she wanted to. She was like, yeah, Sachiko, you could just go on autopilot and just live inside your own mind. Narasaki's the unsung champ of this game. She really is, though. She's really the most, like, she hardly gets any credit, but does so much. She's the puppet master, pulling all the strings, making sure everything goes off without a hitch. But no, but like here, she was like, yeah, Sachiko, you could just live inside your own consciousness and just go on autopilot. Have your consciousness live in the subconscious with Takako. And then over here, she was like, Ayo, Takako, we can't really do that. You can't be talking to Sachiko all the time. You really can't be meeting and all that stuff, because that's like not good. It's not good to link the worlds. So I would say that would definitely have some sort of supernatural aspect. The Chapter 6 Incinerator scene makes me tear up. It's one of the hardest hitting scenes in the first game on replay. And that first playthrough, you really don't get what it's about, so it doesn't really mean much. Her getting rid of, like, all of the stuff, like at the end of the... Yeah, like, the stuff. No, in Chapter 6, with her getting... with the CG. When she's throwing away the twig and everything like that. It was a twig, right? Yeah. Twig, about that. It's the doll, isn't it? I always assumed that the doll went because the doll is never mentioned after that scene. Yeah, that was something that I always was like, well, the doll's gone. I didn't really click in on her burning it. It makes sense after seeing the ending. Like, after seeing this, it makes more sense. But, I definitely thought it was weird because Sachiko mentioned that, like, Narasaki had dirt on her hands and had dirt on her face, and the doll had dirt on its face, or had dirt, and Lily was, like, trying to clean it. And then after Narasaki leaves, there's the whole thing about, like, whether or not Narasaki was even there because Nanai doesn't know who she is and all that other stuff. And it calls into question of, like, oh, well, maybe she just only ever interacted with Lily, and Kozue just never mentioned Nanai or anything like that. Never mentioned it to Nanai. And Sachiko doesn't question any of it. When you realize Narasaki's actually sharing Sachiko's body. That's what I always... Okay, yeah, so that's the other part that I assumed. The scene has Sachiko walking to the incinerator and watching something burn there. I assumed that because, especially... I'll walk through the CGs and do my train of thought. So I really had no thoughts during this beginning part. I really didn't understand anything that was going on. But... after we got to... Was it not in here? Oh yeah. After we got to this scene the second time, I was like, oh, she's the doll. And then when we got to... this section... not like this exact section, but like this section where she talked about how she couldn't feel her limbs, kind of like how she had always been, like returning back to that state. I was like, okay. And then we saw this part with the doll and Sachiko talking about this stuff and how when she looked over after listening to the cassette tape, there was a doll lying on the edge of the bed, and it was Narasaki that had like come across this, and she was shocked that she was witnessing an old memory. And then Lily being here and everything like that, and talking about Narasaki and Sachiko being like, oh, I feel the same thing from both of you, as my friend who just disappeared one day. And then, I didn't really pick up on this at the time, but then here, this was very obviously the, like, Greater Lord Rukadevata stuff, where she was forgetting, like Narasaki, she was losing a part. She was Narasaki and maybe Takako, of just like losing that part of her, since it burned along with the doll. You can actually see Sachiko and Narasaki wearing the same clothes when you compare the CGs. Oh yeah. Boom. Boom. Oh yeah, and here too. That's her that's her scarf. I hadn't really thought about that just because normally we just never see Takako's clothing, or Sachiko's clothing. Normally we just never see her because usually she's the person looking at things. But, yeah. Yeah, but like this is her outfit that she's been wearing the entire time. That looks just like the doll, and then obviously, same coat. I mean, I thought that... I didn't really think too much about this one. This one didn't strike me as too much because of the lighting. But I definitely thought that this looked, like, really weird. Like, I just thought the white coat was a really, like, weird thing for Sachiko to wear. But I didn't really think too much about it. But no, anyway, I'm gonna believe that this is all psychological, or like mostly psychological, and it's Sachiko letting go. Like, Brendan Urie. But, since I get to choose whatever I want for the ending, because there's no concrete and clear answer, I'm just gonna say that we get our 13th episode OVA and everybody's happy. Everyone lives happily ever after, and nothing sad happens. Takako still dies, but wait, there's a way for her to talk to Sachiko and everything else. Seems good? Seems good. Boom. How else could you explain this right here? How else would you explain Sachiko or Takako and Mayako going on an overseas trip? And how else would you explain on a boat? And how else would you explain Sachiko and Nanai going on a cruise? Huh? Riddle me that. Easy. Right? Indeed, indeed. Yes. How else am I supposed to let my Nanai Sachiko ship sail? Huh? Huh? So, I'm sure there's some sort of really convoluted way you could sum up this entire game. Of being like, she is the girlfriend, but like she is her doctor, but she is also not the doctor, and the doctor's separate, and she does talk to her girlfriend, but her girlfriend's dead, and it's like a part of her psyche that talks to her girlfriend that's inside of her heart, and the girlfriend doesn't really exist, but maybe the girlfriend did exist, it existed at one time, and maybe doesn't exist anymore, but maybe still does, because we don't know, maybe subconsciously she's still interacting with her. So. SeaBed, everybody. Some people are a bit mad that Sachiko seems to get together with Nana at the end. Glad to see a shipper. That seems petty. That seems petty. I guess I can see people getting mad at like how Nana initially approached it. Of being like, hey, you should totally get together with me. You should totally forget about your, I can see the perspective mainly because of this scene. Yeah, I can see people being upset of being all like, ugh, I don't like Nanai. I don't like Nanai. Why did she get together with Nanai? Because Nanai was like, she was basically like, I like you, and you should like me, because we are perfect together, and you should just forget about your old dead girlfriend, and just get together with me instead. But the relations in this game are all pretty realistic. Real life is messy and stuff happens. Yeah, it made Nanai a lot more interesting. It's not always a cause for drama. It made Nanai a lot more interesting. It kind of threw me for a loop initially. Like I was not expecting it, but it made her much more interesting because she wasn't just like, oh hey Sachiko. She wasn't just like, oh I'm a character and I'm here. And it gave her more depth than her just, Sachiko didn't think much of it. Yeah, that was my favorite part about it. That was my favorite part about it. She was just like, Nanai went on this whole tangent about love and responsibilities and all this other stuff, and Sachiko was like, cool. She was just like, okay. Cool story, bro. And then the next day, when they were getting breakfast or whatever, Nanai is all like, about yesterday, and Sachiko's like, yeah. What about it? And Nanai was like, oh, I guess we're just moving past that. Okay. That's my favorite part of Sachiko. That's my favorite part of Sachiko. That's why she's my favorite character out of all of them. And it's precisely, it's so funny. I just love how deadpan she is about so much stuff, and how she's just like, oh, cool. She's great with Takako too. Yeah, that's the perfect part about it. Good for you. Good for you. She's like, Sachiko, look, I did it. And she's like, cool, nice. Yay. Oh, that's nice, Sachiko. Oh, that's wonderful, isn't it? She's actually a very difficult person. Not many people could get together with her. So finding another person who can deal with her after Takako is a blessing. Yeah, and the fact that not only do they mesh so well together, at least in Nanai's point of view of how well they get together, and even if there is some sort of like still psychological like imaging, she needs someone who's a bit pushy. She does. She needs somebody to be the other half of her stereotyped Yuri relationship. Case in point, Kase-san in the Morning Glories, where she'll just use her thorns to keep them at a distance. Yeah. She's a tsundere without thigh highs, so she immediately gets docked 1 point. But no, I like Sanae and Sachiko, and I think it's a really natural kind of thing too. Aside from this initial rocky start they had, or like this rocky midpoint, I guess they had, it's a very natural kind of conclusion of being like, even if she is kind of like overlaying Takako somewhat on Nanai originally, they do fit each other pretty well. And Sachiko is at least like interested in her. So Fumi's actually interested in Sachiko too, but she was never able to overcome her barriers. Just imagine, Fumi's trying to flirt with Sachiko, meanwhile Sachiko's completely ignoring her, and she's having hallucinations about her girlfriend who's been dead for a year. Oh, poor Fumi, she never had the chance. Poor Fumi, it was all over before it started. And then Sachiko said they were gonna hire another lady to fulfill Takako's spot, and Fumi was like, it's all over. It's all over. Meanwhile, Inakai's interested in Fumi. So much office drama. Poor Fumi and Inakai. They got 10 minutes of screen time and were never mentioned again. At least Inakai's got a chance now. Good for you, Inakai. The only named dude in this entire game who has both a picture and a name. You've got a sprite and a name, good for you. To be fair, they got quite a lot in the prologue. Oh, they got a lot in the prologue. They got a lot in the prologue. The entire time I was like, I wonder where we're going with this. I wonder where we're going with this. But that was a while ago. Yeah. I think I've missed 2 SeaBed Saturdays. So that would have been 14 weeks ago, not counting this one. So 15 weeks start to finish, including this one. So the first SeaBed stream would have been about 14 weeks ago, and I don't even know if the first one was on a Saturday. The first one might have just been a random day. But either way, yeah, 14. If you figure about 14 weeks, we're saying what? That's basically 3 months ago. SeaBed Nodder Day. SeaBed a day. Excuse me. But no. Yeah, so we started this about 3 months, and I remember I started playing SeaBed the first stream, I believe. It was either the first stream or the second stream. SeaBed Recap Day. I started streaming it at some ungodly hour at night. I think I started streaming it at, let's see, at like 11 p.m. or something like that. Like, it was closing in on midnight, because that stream ended. I ended the stream at like 2:30 a.m. or something like that, and the last like 2 hours of the stream, it wasn't even SeaBed, it was literally just me rambling. Because Sinnoh raided with Dawn. I think it was one of the first streams that Dawn was in. I can keep gushing about all the details in the game till I'm like the guy in the whiteboard meme. We all got those games. I'm really glad I played SeaBed. For me, it's definitely Fantasy Life. Like, that's me in Fantasy Life. So much about Fantasy Life. Not too much about Village of the Two Moons, because mobile game's kinda garbage. But we're talking like just standard 3DS Fantasy Life. I got that on lock. That's actually one of the next games I want to play. I want to see if I can set up an emulator. And see if I can stream that. If I had an easy way to capture my 3DS footage, I would do that and just play it on the 3DS because it'd be so much easier, but just an example, I think the old guy in Tips 3-2, which has the CG, who Lily met in the mountain, is Mr. Sakaki from the Tinners, who is mentioned in one of the conversations between Sachiko and Takako in the prologue. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That stuff, that's really cool. That kind of stuff I like a lot, where it's just like a little detail. I will say, the story in SeaBed, it's a better story than Death Come True. I'm sorry, Death Come True. It's the truth, though. I love you. You're a great game. You were a very fun game to play. But SeaBed is a better mystery than you. Sorry, Death Come True. Death Come True was wild, though. Death Come True was wild. Like, I really had no clues about the ending of Death Come True until I was basically at the end. Haven't played that one. I think it was the first game. It's on... Is it on iOS? No, that's World's End Club. It's on Steam and Switch, I know for sure. It might be on PlayStation. It might also be on mobile, I don't know. It definitely could be a mobile game. It was the first game put out by Tokyo Games, which was the new game company that was made by Kiyotaka Kodaka? No. Kazutaka Kodaka? I don't know. I don't remember his name. Kodaka and Ichimaru? I don't know. I don't remember their names. I can't recall them. But it's the game company that was founded by the writer for Danganronpa, the writer for Zero Escape and the Nonary games, and the illustrator for Danganronpa. They got together and they made a new company. So they've put out 2 games, 2 anime, and I think there's a 3rd game coming out, the detective one that they announced at E3 or whatever this year, is the new one. The first game was a Death Come True, which is an FMV, like, choose your own adventure kind of mystery thing. So it's all live action, and you choose, like, what you want the main dude to do. The second game was World's End Club, which is this kind of like mystery, once again, it's not like mystery, like murder mystery, but it's like this mystery game about these kids exploring the ruins of like some sort of like post-apocalyptic, or not really post-apocalyptic, but like an abandoned Japan. And like exploring the outside world and how much has changed, and they're trying to like figure out what happened to the world. And then the first anime was Akadama Drive, which was like a 1984 kind of like action anime, which is really good. I think it's one of my favorite anime. And the second one was Tribe 9, which was like baseball with superpowers. Baseball with superpowers and like rocket bats and like booster arms to like throw the pitches and stuff like that. Like I think in the first episode, you are my favorite. Thank you, Pando. I have to ask, are people doing things? Are people using the panel? Are they using the panel? Or is this just something, because this has happened a couple different times, are people using the panel, or is it just like a thing that goes off at intervals? I do not know. No, Tribe 9 is like, it's baseball with superpowers, and like, it's like Cyberpunk 2077, but baseball. Homeboy sends a baseball straight through a cell tower, I think. He hits it with the bat and sends it clean through like a skyscraper or something like that. It like takes off the very top part, the little pointy needle part. It just goes like, it just like melts right through it. Yeah, yeah. Drive 9's something else. Anyway, what do we do now? What do we do now? Let me take off my glasses. Let me put this away. Move over here. Yes, it's still daytime. We all know that the sun doesn't set. Glasses off. Yeah, we all know that the sun doesn't set until 8 p.m. in summer. I'm gonna look on what am I? I have Breath of the Wild in right now. Lily of the Hollow Resurrection. I want to play it. I want to see what the story's like, but the translation is just not good. And it makes it hard. It makes it really hard to play a visual novel when the English translation is not. It's not good. It's pretty, and it's got a really cool opening movie, I guess. But the problem is, it looks like someone straight up just like copy pasted all of the dialogue into Google Translate. It's not good. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I just don't. It really does seem like somebody straight up just the devs were like, all right, we're gonna translate it into Japanese and we're gonna translate it into English, and it really looks like they copy pasted the dialogue. Like sometimes it's not like unreadable, but it is not an enjoyable experience. Should I pull up? I'm looking at Sword Art. I'm looking at the 2 Sword Art games I have on my Switch. I kind of want to play Danganronpa V3 again. I kind of want to just like skip 1 and 2 and just play 3. But then again, I'm not going to stream it either, because what's the point? What's the point in streaming a murder mystery game when I already know all the answers to the mystery, to the murder and the mystery? Why does... Okay, if you enjoy somewhat crazy mysteries, I biasedly recommend Mamiya. That's pretty different from SeaBed, but everything is. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything like SeaBed. Let me look up Mamiya. Miyamoto Miyazaki? No, Mamiya. Mamiya... Camera? No, game. A Shared Illusion of the World's End? Oh, I think that's a title. It looks pretty. It looks right up my alley in terms of art style. It looks right up my alley with art. I said the same thing about Monarch, and I was not able to sit through the Monarch demo. I kept skipping everything. But Monarch looks pretty good too. 64 reviews on Steam. I'll have to check this out. The other ones I was thinking about, while I have my Switch open, it has a long demo. It's like half the game. Ooh. The other ones I were thinking about were the Capcom Detective Clubs. Now that they have the remastered versions of both of those on the Switch, they've got it's like Capcom Detective Club like 1-2 or something on the Switch. I'm gonna open up my Switch wishlist. I like doing visual novels on the Switch. I really don't like visual novels on Steam because, I don't know, it just feels nice having visual novels on Switch. I guess I could just use a controller. And I guess for a visual novel it doesn't really stand. I think the Switch is pretty great for them. They really do got a lot of visual novels on here. I guess it's because they're relatively low impact as well, so they don't really have to worry about any sort of like optimization problems. What is my Nintendo password? I haven't logged into my eShop account in so long, I don't even know what I don't even really remember what my password is. I'm gonna hope that this is it. Okay. Wish list. Oh yeah, I have the End of Yorha edition on here, because I was like, you know what, I haven't played Nier. And I've heard good things about Nier on Switch. And if I can get End of Yorha edition for like $40, I'm gonna get it. Oh yep, I got Sword Art Online Alicization Lycoris Deluxe, because it's the new Sword Art Bandai game, so I have that on there. I'm probably not gonna buy it though. I've got Engage on here, gotta have Engage. Fire Emblem Engage, let's go baby. I'm gonna be playing that when that comes out. Yeah, 120, January 20th. And everyone will know once again that Celica is indeed best girl. I've also got 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, which has been recommended to me a lot. The art style looks really cool. I'm kind of confused about like the mech combat part of it. But I've heard really good things about Aegis Rim. I have Variable Barricade, which I have not heard amazing things about them. I've heard it's like an okay visual novel. But for now, it's really getting carried for me on the fact that the art style looks really nice. Monarch, obviously. Oh, JJ Macfield and the Field of Memories, or whatever. The Island of Memories. That was another one that kind of seemed interesting to me, although I don't know if I'll get it. It's like a side-scroller, so I don't know. Yeah, Famicom Detective Club, the 2-case collection. Here it is. It includes The Girl Who Stands Behind and The Missing Heir, so it's bundled, both of them. So I was like, you know what, maybe I'll check these out. What's Wings of Darkness? Oh, it's a mech. It's a mecha. Steam Prison. Why is Steam Prison such a weird price? Here's a question for everybody out. Why is Steam Prison such a weird price? It's $65.49. It's such a weird price point. It's not $59.99, it's not $60, it's not $65, it's not $69.99, it's $65.49. Must be a direct conversion from something. Japanese price, maybe? Maybe. I have no idea. It probably is just a direct conversion from yen. It probably is, because... Oh, Root Film! Root Film, that was another one. Was it... It was either Magna or Luigi, I think. Talked about Root Film. Root Film, and then the other one, that came with it, Root Note or whatever. Collar X Malice, that's not a mystery game though, that's well, it might be a mystery, it might have mystery in it, but... I think that's really all I have for mysteries though. The rest of them are all just like things I put on that I'm not interested in playing anymore. Like Inside and Limbo. I know that was just like something where like, maybe I'll grab them. I already know what happens. God Eaters. Ooh, I might snag God Eater 3 on Switch. I might have to grab it. It's $9 right now. I might have to grab it. I still need to finish God Eater 2. Those games are so long. Yeah, if I grab it, I'm probably gonna like never finish it, because at some point I have to play Code Vein, because I bought that on sale too, like 2 weeks ago. But no, God Eater 3. $9, 85% off. I might have to look into that. God Eater has a 3? Yeah, God Eater 3 came out. I got the God Eaters because of it. Aha. Code Vein's actually great, but they're nowhere near as God Eaters but they're nowhere near as great. Code Vein looks nice, it plays nice from what I recall. I've seen very little of it, but it was a game that I was very interested in. So I jumped at the chance to buy it. God Eater has a 3? Yeah, God Eater 3 came out in like 2017 or something like that. It's an old game. 2018? It's not new. It's not new. I mean, eventually that means that we're in line for well, God Eater barely has a story. Yeah, God Eater is like all gameplay. And I've heard, Tacti said that 3 at least isn't as good as God Eater 1. Like the combat for 3 isn't nearly as good as original God Eater. I can't vouch for that, having never played it, but as somebody who has played all 3 God Eaters, I'm willing to trust his judgment. I'm going to turn off my Switch. Definitely not because my controller is dying. You might be saying, Neon, why don't you just plug it in? I know you have the cable, you used it last time. And to that I say, yeah, but it's easier just to turn off my Switch. So, now that we've gotten to this really long post stream, I'm going to make myself bigger. Excuse me. I got all 3, but I want to play them in order and a long way to go in 2. That's understandable. Now that we've gotten into this very long post-stream, post-stream, pre-post, the post-stream, pre-end stream, I'm gonna try and do Zenki next week. The problem was, I don't know, there are just parts of Zenki I kind of don't want to sit through. And if I'm being completely honest, I think that Zenki definitely gets better the longer you play it. It is kind of weak at the start. It gets much better at the end. I've gotten very mixed messages about Zenki. Yeah, very divisive about several different things. I'm excited for. We read it. It's been like a week or a week and a half, and I know we're at a save point right at the start of the first boss fight. So I'm thinking that what I'm going to do is I might just travel back to base. I did that to make a save just in case. And if I travel back to base, I'm going to lose like 300 points out of my 3,000 or something. But it's fine because I have like 750k banked in the machine. So I'm going to try and go back. We're in the safe room right before the final boss. But not the final boss, but right before the boss. I'm going to try and go back, escape the dungeon, change the difficulty back to lethal, because now I can change the difficulty. We're on 3 right now, but I can change it to lethal. And then I'm gonna see, I think we'll only lose 2 days going back through the ruins. We might only lose 1 if I speed through things. Because I don't think enemies should be respawned yet. And I'm gonna see if I can do the first boss on lethal without having to do any weird things. Like, obviously, if we end up burning time because I went back to change the difficulty and it makes like all of my characters middle-aged and old, I might like try and reset and like kill everybody and just get them back to like their previous ages. But I don't know, the first 2 stories, the first 2 arcs, or I guess the first 2 chapters of Zenki are not my favorite. They really, just because they kind of really went hard on what I think was one of the biggest criticisms in terms of Zenki's story, not really its gameplay, but they really went hard on like some of what I feel are with the biggest criticisms of Zenki's story. And I'm trying to remember the order, what happens in the game, because I know like the story plots of all the arcs, for each chapter. I just don't remember what order they're in. But no, the first two are not amazing. And 4 was also kind of like not great too in terms of like content. And neither was 5. 5's was also kind of like, I don't know, they had like a weird theme that they kept going. They had this weird theme that they just like kept doing with all of the characters. And I was just like, I don't know. And I'm hoping that either I figure out how to do the boss correctly or it doesn't get glitched this time for chapter 5, because I know that there is a glitch on the Steam version that makes the boss in chapter 5 unkillable, and you just have to like restart. You either have you either have to set it to difficulty 1 or you have to restart. You have to like reload your previous save before, so it's not amazing. I struggled with that a lot on difficulty 3 because it's a really like obtuse boss, and using a controller on PC makes it a bit harder as well, because not being able to use your mouse cursor, having to use like the stick sensitivity, not being able to use like your mouse cursor for your cursor is kind of difficult. But hopefully I know what I'm doing. I have an idea of what I'm doing this time, so hopefully it'll go better. There are a couple other things that I know are going to be brutal, but luckily I think most of them don't matter. I know that there are some scripted fights that you can win that I won the first time because I was playing on baby mode, and you get a bunch of additional stuff if you do win, but you don't need to win. It's like the Sekiro battle where you can beat the dude, but you still end up dying or whatever, or like you can only get him to like a certain point of health. But no, there are some things that I'm not looking forward to on Lethal, and one of the biggest things I'm not looking forward to is having to deal with slow cursor speed and QuickTime events where I need to press something. I need to move my cursor to a specific part of my screen and press a button within a certain amount of time, or else people just start dying. That's not going to be fun. Yeah, that's not going to be fun. But, oh, the other thing that's not going to be fun is there's an enemy later on where it's like an SCP, where if you don't look at it, it doesn't move if you look at it, but if you don't look at it, it like teleports behind you. So that's a really annoying enemy, especially because it's not just not looking at it. If it's rendered, like if it's spawned in and you're not looking at it, like it's around a corner, it can just like teleport to you. So I'm not looking forward to that either. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to that. It's Zenki, Lethal Zenki's gonna be painful. It's gonna be not fun. I think if I had all the gear I have now, in my cleared save data, I have like the gear I have is enough. I could play the entire game on Lethal and I would be pretty okay, but that's because I have like endgame armor and everything like that. It's not gonna be fun doing that without any of that, especially since I haven't played the game in like I think close to a year now. But yeah, so if I can find some way to get a Fantasy Life emulator that's actually gonna like run well, we'll play Fantasy Life as well. I might just endlessly put off Zenki. And also Hollow Knight. Luigi bought Hollow Knight for me a couple weeks ago, so we're gonna play that too eventually. So we kind of have we have Genshin just kind of as our backup. Zenki planned, Hollow Knight planned eventually. Fantasy Life, if we can do it. I was thinking that maybe I would just turn Saturdays into Hollow Knight time, but I don't know if it's a game that I should really be playing consistently or if I can take breaks. I can take like week-long breaks for it. The other thing I was thinking was if I can get a Fantasy Life emulator, I can do Fantasy Life on Saturdays, because Fantasy Life it has a very short story. I think the actual story is only 45 minutes long. But it's really, the story is there to like supplement unlocking new areas and not actually for the story. And it can be a very long game. I'd say you probably don't want to take super long breaks in Hollow Knight. The map kind of sucks and you don't get enough markers for all the stuff you forget about. Okay, so I'll probably... Hollow Knight's long. Well, relatively long. I know Zanki's pretty long. So I'll probably try and finish Zanki, and then we'll just put Hollow Knight. It's like 30 hours, I think, 25, 30 hours, 60 hours if you want to get everything, I heard. So I'll probably try and do Zanki first and then do Hollow Knight. Theoretically, I could take long breaks between Zanki because I do know Zanki, and taking long breaks won't really matter. But mileage can vary since it has tough bosses. Okay, yeah. So it's all about how much of a gamer you are and whether or not you have skill issues. But yeah, Zanki wouldn't be a problem for me. Like, I could play Zanki with long breaks in between, and I'd be perfectly fine. The problem is that Zanki is like a full-on, like, 60-hour game. And so if I'm only playing for like 3 or 4 hours a week, it's gonna take me several months. I mean, consider this. It already took me, I think, 2 months to beat Zanki the first time, and that was playing Zanki like every other day. Like at least 3 times a week. And it took me 2 months to beat it the first time. Granted, a lot of that time was me not advancing the story because I was scared of the dark. But, I am going to be playing on Lethal, so that's going to make it harder as well. So I really don't think Zanki should be a game I should only play once a week if I want it to be in any sort of timely manner. With that being said, though, I'm going to go playing a different game entirely when I log off. I am going to do my world boss runs in Destiny Child because I have neglected to do them. I've been playing Nikke instead, and I am going to go do my comms in Genshin and use up my resin because I'm sure I'm capping out on that now. But that'll probably be in a little bit since I'm going to go eat after this. So with that being said, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for sticking by for this end of SeaBed. It's been a long journey, but we're finally here, 15 weeks in the making about. It's time, it's the end. SeaBed Saturday, it's over, the end of an era. Enjoyed the SeaBed Saturdays a lot, thanks. Yes, and thanks to you too, Buster, for being here and letting me know about how long things are going to be and whether or not, and helping me like understand things and things that I have missed or would have missed otherwise. Those have been really helpful for planning. Glad you had a good time. I did have a good time. I did have a good time. And I almost didn't want to finish the game. I almost never wanted to finish the game and just have it end right here because I wanted to keep the feeling of having SeaBed forever. And just never having it end. Just never finishing the game. I'll have it forever. I won't ever have to have a non-SeaBed time. It'll always be something where it'll never be done. It'll always be there. SeaBed shall always live on. Yes, as we've clearly learned with Takako and Sachiko, even if SeaBed dies, it still lives on in our hearts for forever. I never get tired of it, watching new playthroughs of it. I always get new brainworms. That is something. That is something I love watching new playthroughs of, or like games I've played before. I love watching people play them. And hopefully this spawns all these other people to start doing SeaBed playthroughs of their own, so we have unlimited SeaBed content forever. And I will say, I said it before, I maybe haven't said it, but I've definitely thought it, and I'm going to vocalize it and confirm it now and really lock it in. I do think that if I had a turn 1 game into an anime card, I would 100% use it on SeaBed. Like, if I had the genie wish to make any game I wanted into a really good high quality anime, I would 100% use it on SeaBed. If you had asked me this like a couple months ago, I would have been like, oh, Fantasy Life, easy. I'd love that. It'd be really hard to adapt, but I think you could do it with a skilled enough director. I've thought about it. Yeah, it'd be really hard. I think partially because it could be very long. It would have to be a very long anime. And there are a lot of things that like would have to be filled in, obviously, because visual novel. There's no like animation. But I think it'd be very interesting. The only other one that I would say in terms of visual novels and games that I love like equally as much, in terms of the games that I've like thought about as much, a direct adaptation is kind of impossible, but you could make cool atmospheric episodes that piece together the story. Yeah, direct adaptation would be extraordinarily long. But maybe something like Wandering Witch or YKK or something like that, where it's kind of like an anthology kind of series. No, but SeaBed, it's definitely up there. I'm placing it up there in terms of visual novels and games I played. I'm putting it up there with World End Syndrome. World End Syndrome's the other game that I would love to see more about. I know an adaptation for World End Syndrome would be nigh impossible to make it good, because it's got like 5 different routes in it. So that'd be like basically impossible to do, unless you did something like Fate. But I know. Here's hoping. I'm hoping that they're gonna release the second game, the sequel or the prequel or whatever it's gonna be. They announced it, and it's been like radio silence for like 4 years or longer, so it's not looking amazing. But I'm really hoping that we get World End Phenomenon eventually, because I really wanted another World End game. I really do. No, I'd love more SeaBed content in general. I get like it's a nice, short, sweet story, but SeaBed's reached that same level with World End Syndrome and Fantasy Life now, where no matter how much of it I have, I don't think it's ever going to be enough. And I think that's a very good thing for a game to have. I think that's a very good thing for a game to make you feel. So with that being said, I'm gonna end the stream, and I will maybe, I don't know, I could go through a recap of SeaBed, get through best of SeaBeds, but thinking about it, the 1.5 anniversary stream, because I forgot my own 1-year anniversary, is coming up at the end of the month, and by end of the month I literally do mean the very end of the month if I can make it. If I don't have scheduling conflicts, it will be the very last day of November, Wednesday the 30th. Past Neon, why did you choose such an awful time to start streaming? Why did you decide to start streaming on May 30th? Why would you do that to yourself? You've made all of your anniversaries horrendous dates, being the very last or second to last day of every single month. Present Neon does not thank you for that. But no, I'll definitely be talking about, we'll go over SeaBed at that point too. It'll be interesting. It'll definitely be interesting going through all the different games, and by all the different games I mean like the 7-ish games that I've played on stream. And SeaBed will definitely be up there, so we'll talk about SeaBed more then. For now though, I guess I can do this. I'm frozen. I'm not moving. I've been trapped in carbonite. There we go. I've got the heart hands out, so it's my time to say something, stealing from other VTubers, not having an original ending. I don't have anything that I say when I end the stream. Luigi wants me to say, "What's up, guys?" and then end the stream, and then I never do it. I did it one time yesterday. So I'm gonna say, thank you all for watching. Have a good rest of the day, night. Yes, all of you too. Day, night, afternoon, mid-morning. What do you call What do you call the afternoon of the morning? Thank you for the stream, Neon. Yes, thank you, Tofu, Investor, and Luigi, and Dawn for stopping on by. And yes, I'm gonna go to bed now. Take care, everyone. Yes, Tofu. It's probably quite late for you. Hey, yo, what's up? Yes. The ending. Hey, yo, what's up? And then I end the stream. But no. In German, we say, it's time to end the stream. Thanks for watching. Bye.
You're so poggers, babe.